Good to see you.
Going live.
Yeah. I'm speaking from my phone. I don't know how to do it in my laptop. I'm
No,
stuck.
this
I'm
is
not
good
lazy
enough.
enough to do that. Okay. You just
Hare
you just let
Krishna,
me
Dandat
know when I can
Pranam.
start, and then I'll start.
Yes,
As
Prabhu.
I understand from Damodar Prabhu, he says that I have a half an hour slot, so I'll
Yes.
try. I'll do what I can. You
Yeah.
know.
Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam devotees. Jai Gurudev. So we are again starting today in the honor of Srila Gurudev's 97th Vyas Puja. We are starting the offerings, and our first speaker today for the offerings is Shripad Vidyapati Prabhu, who is disciple of Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, and he has been in very close relation with Srila Gurudev after Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj left this world. So I would request Shripad Vidyapati Prabhu to please say something and inspire us with your experiences and your interactions with Srila Gurudev. Jai Gurudev.
Yeah. Do I have to unmute it? Everything is okay, right? I don't
Yes,
have to do
Prabhuji.
anything. I can just
Yes,
speak.
you can start. Yes, please.
Vanchakapatarubhasya kripasindubhya evacha patitanam pavenebhyo vaishnavyo namo namah. Thank you very much, Damodar Prabhu and Sundar Gopal Das, who have organized this Zoom meeting. I want to start with this shlok called Guru Astakam, the 7 verse of Guru Astakam. And this Astakam, Guru Astakam, is spoken, is always, if you hear Srila Gurudev speech at all, he always quote this verse in his speech, before he starts. It's an invocation. So Shak Darita Trainer Sasai Yutasta Bhavata Eva Sabya Kintu Prabhupada Kira Eva Sasya Vande Guru Si Charana Vindam. So those who have actually been here in a audio, recorded form or actually live, without fail, he will recite it. And for the purpose of myself and those people who do not understand Sanskrit, I don't understand completely on Sanskrit in English, given by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Spiritual is to be honored, my Supreme Lord, because he's the most confidential servitor of the Lord. This is acknowledged in all real scriptures and followed by all authorities. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who are representative Sri Hari. It is, I can read this. Anybody can read this. Reading is one thing, but actually understanding and realizing what's behind that verse is very important. It's just like anything else in the scriptures. You can recite the Bhagavad Gita, you can recite the Bhagavatam, you recite in the scripture, but it means a recitation. You can, call it in technology term, copy and paste, and that's all right. But that's an action, no more. But it is we must try to understand beyond this. And the importance here is that Srila Gurudev, by his example, who been in Calcutta or anywhere else in the world, but been with him, especially in Calcutta. Mark is Bhajan Kurti for his Palm Gurudev, Daiti Malak Maharaj. And every day, without fail, he will go down to the Vajraprati, touch, pay his obeisances, touch his footprints, and so on, his chapel, like that. So it's also, of course, it's a very private thing. Personally, I've been in that, but I have not been with Guru Dev. I think some say devotees, I'm sure in Calcutta, would have witnessed him. It's a very private and linked between Srila Gurudev and Apam Gurudev, Itimara Goswami. And it's also, I heard the audio, and I have no doubt about it, that when he goes there, I don't know whether he does it every day, but but he cries. He actually cries. And anybody who hear the audio will melt, the heart will melt. That is without a doubt. So this verse says the spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord. In other words, Krishna, we worship, we try to worship, but we not only have to honor Krishna, but we also have to honor his devotees, and it's as much as an influence. In many cases, because of the fact that the spiritual master is a confidential servant of the Lord. This is all acknowledged in scripture. It's not something that I say, or it is acknowledged in all scriptures that you should honor Gurudev, Srila Gurudev, as much as Krishna. Why so? Because Krishna can benedict you, can listen to your prayers. Not necessarily, not all the time, but he can, depending on your quality, depending on how sincere you are. But Srila Gurudev, being a devotee, a pure devotee of the Lord, they are even more merciful. They are even much more merciful. Sometimes Krishna do not want to listen to our prayers. They don't care because our heart is dirty. Why should he listen to it? But with Gurudev, he can listen. Just like Nityananda Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu, he's open to all. He's begging everybody to chant the name of Krishna. No qualification is needed. Just chant the name of Krishna and follow. That's with sincerity, and that's what you get. So this is the purport of his the deep is a deeper meaning. I won't say the deepest, but the deeper meaning of when he invoked this particular verse. So I'm just trying to be watchful of my time so that I will not exceed the half an hour's time. Okay, so this is what it is, the importance of the honoring the Guru. So I'm giving this opportunity today to glorify His Divine Grace Bhakti Ballabhtirtha Maharaj, which I consider my foremost Shiksha Guru. There is so much thing to glorify him. Some of the glorification that I can remember, my pastime, my being with him, particularly while in Singapore and Malaysia. This is, in fact, this are, and also of course in India, in Calcutta and Punjab, when I visited India those days. They may be very trivial, very small little things, small little thing. But behind the small thing, there is a lot of possibilities, if you like, to understand the deeper meaning of this. One of the things that I like to mention is that maybe very trivial, but very important to me anyhow, is that when Bhakti Palapatita Maharaj was in Singapore several times. In one or two occasions, I was given the service of being a chauffeur. So I had my old white Mercedes Benz that I took him around anywhere he wants to go. That was my duty, and I just do what I have to do. So in those traveling from A to B, particularly sometimes to the temples, sometimes to devotees' house, there is a time, that time of driving, then some small talk comes about, I think Rasa Bihari from Jammu was there. He's always I believe, the secretary while he's traveling. And there's also Vishnu Maharaj. At that time, he's called Chitananda before he took sannyas. And there's another American devotee, a sannyas, by the name of Rishikesh Maharaj. In fact, Rishikesh Maharaj is the one who introduced me to Bhakti Balapatita Maharaj. I'm forever indebted to him for that. So in one of the driving from one place to here and there, then there's inquiry to get to know about me, my background, and my background isn't very good. So he's asking, why are you doing this? Then I say, very frankly, I'm just doing it because for Sukriti reason. I just pious thing I like to do, and I try to collect all Sukriti as I can, and maybe one day I'm able to be favorable to the devotees, the pure devotees and Krishna, and I can perhaps get some mercy from them. So there was some small conversation here and there. And one of the things that struck me most in the small conversation is telling me that actually there's three types of services. He's telling me there's three types of services to a guru. He say, one is that guru give an instruction to do this, to do ABC, or a specific instruction. And the disciple will hear the instruction, but do and perform the service, the seva. Three types of seva he's mentioning. The seva, exactly opposite of what Gurudev wants. Okay, Srila Gurudev wants. That is, of course, not good, but you'd be surprised that many of us do that. So that's one type of seva. The second type of seva is that you follow the instruction exactly, So in this way, Gurudev knows that you actually he'll know that you have followed the instruction, and so that is good. That is good. But he's mentioned the third one, and they say the third one is the best of all. He says that Srila Gurudev did not give any instruction at all, but the disciple performs the services without his instruction that satisfied him. So he says to me that the third one is the best possibility to do that. So I took that from heart, and I want to speak from my heart whenever I speak, because I'm not very good at I'm not a good speaker, as you probably know, all know. But anyhow, I try to speak from my heart, and hopefully by doing that, I'm able to purify myself. And if Krishna will, if Gurudev, Srila Gurudev will, it also inspired those people who listen to me. So this is one of the small talks that we have. So these small talks that we have, although very, very trivial, while driving, I'm hearing this, I'll have to concentrate, obviously, when I'm driving. These are small little things that I do, that I try to do. So this is one incident about this. Then there is another incident in Singapore and Malaysia. There's always a North Indian, if you like, temple, and usually it's called Lakshmi Narayan. So there is a Lakshmi Narayan temple in Singapore, and somehow or other I was able to manage to organize a lecture from Gurudev to the audience, mainly for the Indian community up there. So I drove him there with all the other devotees that go involved in this. And he was very humbly, he was not known at all. He was just, he's just standing beside me in the crowd and doing the arti, doing kirtan like that. And somebody else is leading a kirtan. And then at the end of kirtan, then there was Vyasa-san that they have offered to Srila Gurudev to speak. So Vishnu Maharaj was there, and as usual, Vishnu Maharaj speaks very nicely and very vocative, very loudly, if you like. And he makes the audience laugh and laughed anyhow. That much I remember. And Gurudev also gave a speech. The end of the speech is customary, as you probably know, that the priest of the temple decided to give Gurudev an offering. And that offering was actually it's a japamala made of Buddha. You call it the Buddha beads, the one that Shiva uses, not the Tulsi beads that we are all used to for Gaudiya Vaishnava. So that offering was given to him, and he very, very insistent that no, I don't accept this. And he tells the whole audience, probably about a few hundreds of them, that says, no, I don't accept this. No. We Gaudiya Math only accept Tulsi beads, and a very strict order, strict instruction, or rather speaking, in such a way with authority, and said, no, I'm not going to accept this, And of course, the priest was stunned by this, but he has no choice. So the gift was never given. He was actually want to put it onto his neck, but it was not given. But he was very strict and said no. And that was that. A small thing, but he was firm. You could tell him that he's very firm. And then he went back to the car. We all went back to the car. And then Gurudev asked me, do you understand anything? I said, no, I don't understand Bengali nor Hindi. I don't understand anything at all, but I know, by the understanding of your action, I know what it is. And he started cracking up and laughed, He was laughing, in a very jovial way. So on one hand, he was very strict. And the other hand, when he comes up to me, to us, he's laugh, it was a very hearty laugh that I must know. So this is it. He can be very strict and can be very gentle. So that's how he does his thing. So that is one incident. Yeah, this is the second incident I can recall at the present moment. There are actually many, many small incidents. Small incident doesn't mean that it's trivial. No, behind the so-called triviality, there's a big message across. So I try to understand this and live on it. just like Gurudev, when he goes to the Bhajan Kurti in Chaitanya Math of Param Guru Dev, I've heard he cried so tenderly, crying. And it is not, you can see, you can hear that this is not a fake thing. It is not fake. It's real. It's from his heart is crying. In the same way, we have to get to this platform somehow or other. And if you have not got into this platform, then sometimes in his various speeches, you say, if you don't have this kind of mentality or devotion, then you are 0, 0, 0. 3 times he mentioned it. That is how it is. So in our sadhan, we have to understand that we have to reach to that point. And that is an important message to get through. Then there is other small incident that I had while I was in Calcutta. When I first met him in Calcutta, not that the first time was actually in Singapore. Then later on, I visited him. I think it was 2006, as I remember, 2006. Gurudev has when I first met him, and I actually because I know I communicate with at that time the Sevak team. I think the most prominent one is Tamal Krishna Prabhu at that time, and I was able to get the prescription of his spectacle. And my father, my biological father, if you like, is actually an optician. In other words, he test people's eyes and prescribe it and make spectacle out of it. That's his business. So I told my father, please, you kindly make one for Srila Gurudev. And happily, he does it. And then I brought this particular spectacle to him. At that time, when I actually entered the math, the first thing was Gurudev was actually speaking from the Vyasa in the ground floor. And I gave that particular spectacle to him. And immediately he took the spectacle, put aside his old spectacle, and then put a new one in. So that is some small little things that I've done, even though trivial, but it is important. Small little things are all good security. I'm blessed by that, being able to offer him some services like this. So that day or the following day, I told him very flatly, I told him that, look, I'm now in Calcutta. I don't travel to India so often. When I do, I would like to visit Mayapur Dham, and particularly my other Siksha Guru, if you like, Bhakti Kushum Shamaraj. And there was a samadhi up there. He passed away not too long. At that time, I think he would be close to 15 years or so that he had passed away. So I wanted to visit the samadhi. So he didn't say anything. And then the night before that night, he came to he had organized something already with Tamal Krishna Prabhu, I think. And then the next thing I know is that he says that you can go use the car. I'm not too sure at that time was his personal car or car that's rented. Maybe it's a personal car. By that time, those cars was all ambassador cars. In India. Now I believe there's all kinds of foreign cars up there, but ambassador car was amazing. Everywhere you go is ambassador car. Together with that, he asked one of the devotees to assist me, to accompany me, I should say, to accompany me to go straight to Mayapur for the day trip. It was kind of him. I don't know where, he organized himself, and so I was very happy with it, of course. And so we did. We go to Mayapur. I visited Samadhi of Bhakti Kusum Maharaj. I visited all the temple, the Sri Chaitanya Math. By the way, Bhakti Kusum Maharaj is the then was an acharya, president acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Math, the first main math, if you like, or the Adi Math, So I went there and I did all what I had to do. And then later on, it was lunchtime. They rushed me and I was late and I didn't realize the etiquette. I'm just a foreigner. I don't know the etiquette. It's just one of those things I learned, that they have arranged a lunch in Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. So I went back there and I was a bit late. I was a bit late. There I saw 2 or 3 senior devotees. You can tell, it's the senior devotees sitting down there, taking with the leaf and the prasad in front, and they would not eat anything. And then as soon as I go up there, and I feel so embarrassed that as soon as I go up there and they start to eat, I say, what kind of respect I get? They're giving me, I don't deserve that, But anyhow, they did that. I didn't know who they are, but I know that they're senior disciples. Then it was arranged by Gurudev that the very same devotees up there, senior devotee Vaishnava out there, will come with me together to Mayapur with the same ambassador car. So we went, no problem. We went and go back on the way. Stop by, and I, out of respect, I offered them at that time mineral water. I said, you stop the car somehow, right? I could buy some mineral water for you. So I bought a few bottles of mineral water at that time. Yeah, so these are small little things I did. But then what comes later on, after a few years later on, then I realized the devotee sitting beside me was actually Trivakara Maharaj. He is a disciple of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. He's a disciple of such a senior, and I didn't know that. So I'm so happy that I was able to do this little service, very trivial service, but I was happy to do that. And this is one other incident. I can continue, but I think my hour is going to finish soon. So anyhow, just one more other incident. I was in Calcutta Math as usual. Gurudev will organize a room for me always, and it's always probably one of the best rooms because I know that because when I was there, Santa Maharaj, Santa Maharaj was the first sannyas disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, was given a talk on that very same day. So when he comes a bit earlier, he will take rest, and he take rest in the same room as I do, and of course I had to vacate myself for that particular few hours, So it was, I know that's why I know it's a very important, it's a nice room. And then because the fact that he was there in the room, I have some communication with him. I do small talk, and then I was able to eventually see him and speak to him. This is another story by itself, which I will not touch on today. So this is one of the small things that Gurudev have blessed me in that aspect. And then there is another incident. There is a senior god brother of Bhakti Balakrishna Maharaj. His name is Nitya Gopal. He introduced me at that time as the dancing Gopal. So Nitya is dancing. So Nitya Gopal. So we have very small talk, and sometimes very he will confide with me. And he told me that, you know, on all my experiences in devotional life, the final most important thing is seva, service. It's more higher than anything else. There are a lot of devotees that I know who says that, oh, I wish that I can taste Krishna Prem. That's good. That's all right. But better than that is seva. Better than that is seva. So it is an important thing to meditate on. And it took me some years to understand it completely. I wouldn't say understand completely. I appreciate it. So seva is more important. This is some of the things. And there's so many other devotees that I met, but I would like to continue because my time is over. Probably I like to mention, the only thing that I would mention is that Gurudev is no ordinary person. So many years I've been involved in Krishna consciousness, more than 50 years, or close to 50 years. But he's no ordinary man. Without his blessing, I know for a fact that it was not possible for me to understand all those trivial things. Just like if you read Bhagavad Gita, every time you read Bhagavad Gita, something new comes in, something new coming. You know, it's always fresh. So in the same way, all those little trivial things, although very small, it brings back good instruction. And why I say so is this, that you can understand, try to understand it intellectually. But at the end of the day, it's the example that counts. The example that counts. That's why he said in his book, sometimes he says, in many books he recites and says that example is better than precepts. So in this way, I pay my obeisances to Srila Gurudev because he is giving examples and it's telling the world that it is even better than the precepts behind it. And the precept, there's no end to it. In fact, whatever intelligence that you have to come to the point and say that, that's it, I cannot do it anymore. Because the intelligence can only take you so far. How much my mental capacity? You cannot take that. You have to accept that and offer that to Gurudev, offer that to Krishna, and say that that is my mental capacity. I can't do anymore. You please give me your blessing and let me understand more and just do seva, proper seva to you. And this is the way that I am indebted to Srila Gurudev. There's no other. I really am indebted to it. I cannot repay him. So my time is over. I wish I can speak longer, but no, I don't think I should. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Vanchaka patru dasa kripa sindhu bhaya patitanam bhaveni vaishnaveyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dandat Pranam, Vidyapati Prabhuji, for sharing such nice teachings and interactions with Srila Gurudev. And one of the incident that you have had with Srila Gurudev, I remember you had mentioned it to us when I was there in Malaysia, that when you had asked Gurudev about chanting, then Gurudev had asked to chant 1 lakh Harinam every day. Yeah. So that is one of the most important thing, I think.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak about that because I thought, you know, it's something I'm not I'm proud of it. I mean, I feel good with it. I've learned from it. In fact, if you allow me for 2 minutes, I said, okay.
Yes, please, Prabhuji, you can.
Yeah. when the trip that I mentioned to Calcutta, to Mayapur, and when I came back, he came to me, and then we have a talk. So usual in his place where he's upstairs, or I think third or fourth floor, I might remember, where he always spent his time reading. He'll call me in, and that day, I remember the exact date, the 27th June 2006, he called me upon me, and as usual, we have small talk here and there. Then at the end of the day, he says that, I got this book, very book called Chaitanya, Lord Chaitanya and his teaching and his associate. It's a very quality book. And he wanted to give me as a present. And of course, I gave a donation. I gave a donation to him because he says that, for this particular thing, this book is so, you can see it's a high quality book. He needed a donation so that to, offset the printing and the effort that they put in. So he asked me for a donation. Then I gave whatever I can. Then he looked at me with a smile and he says that that's not enough. I need 1 lakh. I need 1 lakh. I said, I don't have enough. I don't have 1 lakh of rupees at a time, So then he told me, be confidential, and said, no, I don't mean 1 lakh rupee. He wants me to chant 1 lakh of names of Krishna, which means 64 ounces, on this. I'm actually from the Isakon era, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. At that time, his general instruction is that all devotees to chant 16 rounds, and at least 16 rounds. Actually, the word is at least 16 rounds, but devotees are so they'll take full advantage of it and chant just 16 rounds or just below. Beyond 16 rounds, they can't because it takes too much time. At that time, I was thinking it's too much time. But I took that instruction very seriously. The very next day, I started chanting 1 lakh. And I never stopped chanting until today. So it's almost 15 years now. I've been chanting this. And I can tell you this, that a lot of things, small things coming in, you can, you get a lot of realization, Krishna start to reveal to you a lot of things. And for that, I cannot repay Gurudev. As a matter of fact, in my previous Zoom meeting that I had with Rasa Bihari and Radha Madhav Prabhu, I told them that Gurudev is such a rare case. And I give a very mundane example. And I told them that, there are many millionaires in the world. And when they are rich, you try to become friendly with them if you like, and there are many billions in the world, but there's no 1 trillionaire. As it is right now, as far as I know, there's no one who's a trillionaire. And I think Gurudev is far more than a trillionaire, far more than a trillionaire. And a trillion means that it is, to understand what trillion means, is 1 lakh crore. 1 crore is 10 million. 1 lakh crore, and he's beyond this. So I can see Maharaj, the next speaker up there, so I won't take more time. Hare Krishna. Jai.
Hare Krishna. Thanks a lot, Srila Vidyapat Prabhuji, for sharing such nice pastimes and very important instruction of Srila Gurudev that he gave him to chant 64 rounds every day. Thanks a lot, Prabhuji. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. So with this, we would like to invite Srila Bhaktivilas Tirdandi Maharaj Ji to share with us about Srila Gurudev. So Maharaj Ji will be speaking in Hindi, and we will do the translation in English.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu Ji, Dandavat Pranam.
Can Maharaj Ji start?
Yes, Maharaj Ji can start.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नमो विष्णुपादाय गौरप्रिये मूर्तये श्रीमते भक्तिवल्लभतीर्थगोस्वामिनाम्ने पतितपावन श्री गुरु महाराज की। बड़े ही सौभाग्य से गुरु महाराज जी के चरणों में उन्होंने हम लोगों को देख के आश्रय दिया। उनकी कृपा के पात्र तो बन नहीं पाए, लेकिन उनकी कृपा लेने की बहुत चेष्टा की, और वो कहाँ से आए, कौन थे, ये आज तक समझ में नहीं आया। क्योंकि गुरु महाराज जी हमेशा बोला करते थे, एमन दुर्मति संसार भीतरे पड़िया छे नामे, तब निज जन कौन महाजन पठाइया दिले तुम। कहाँ से किस महाजन को भेजा श्री राधा रानी ने कृपा करके, पर हम लोगों को इस संसार से क्या कर दिया, एकदम उद्धार कर दिया। हम लोग समझ नहीं पाए। बचपन से उनके पास थे, 14 साल की उम्र में 1979 में उनके पास आ गए थे, और आज तक उनके चरणों के अंदर रहे, उनके आश्रय में रहे। लेकिन कहते हैं कि पास में रह के, गंगा जी के पास में रह के उनकी महिमा नहीं समझ सकते, ऐसे हम गुरु महाराज जी की महिमा को, कृपा को समझ ही नहीं पाए। अब जब वो क्या कहते हैं अपने नित्य धाम में चले गए, तब हमें समझ आ रहा है कि हम लोग ने क्या खोया, क्या पाया। गुरु महाराज जी हमेशा कीर्तन में, कथा में बोलते कि दुर्लभ मानव जन्म लविया संसारे, कृष्ण न भजन दुख कहीं वो कहारे, कि दुर्लभ मनुष्य जन्म प्राप्त हुआ। लेकिन किसको कहें, किसको कहें, क्या कहें, हमने भगवान का भजन नहीं किया। क्योंकि हमेशा बोलना कि हम लोग ज्यादा दिन यहाँ पर नहीं रहेंगे, जितने दिन हैं उतने दिन क्या करो, कृष्ण भजन कर लो। ये गुरु महाराज जी हमेशा हम लोगों को उपदेश करते हैं, संसार संसार करी मिछे जे लोकाल, लावना हिले किसी घाटी लो जंगल। क्या हुआ, संसार करते करते सारा जीवन चला गया, माया करते करते सारा जीवन चला गया, मिला क्या हमें। लेकिन हम देखते हैं कि हाँ, हमें मिला क्या। गुरु महाराज जी के पास चरणों में रह के उनकी जो कृपा देखी, अपार कृपा देखी हमने। हम लोग जम्मू के अंदर लक्ष्मी नारायण मंदिर है, शास्त्री नगर है, यानी गांधी नगर, वहां पर थे। तो सुबह के समय लक्ष्मी नारायण जी का मंदिर है, सवेरे कथा होती है, फिर आरती हो जाती है, 10 अवतार वहां पर हैं। गुरु महाराज जी कथा कर रहे हैं। कथा में उस दिन बहुत भीड़ थी मंदिर में, और गुरु जी ने वित्रासुर का प्रसंग लिया। और जब वित्रासुर की वीर वाणी बोल रहे हैं, तो वहां पे जो पुजारी लोग हैं वो भागवत करते हैं, मुख्य पुजारी और बड़े शास्त्री हैं, वो देख के सुन रहे हैं। आखिर गुरु जी बोल रहे हैं, वित्रासुर बोल रहे हैं कि भगवान आप आ जाओ। भगवान आ गए हैं और सारी बात बोल रहे हैं कि जैसे प्रिया प्रदेश में है और प्रिय घर पे है, जब तक वो आके उसका कोई संदेश आएगा उसको सुख नहीं होगा, और जब तक वो आके गले नहीं लगाएगा तब तक उसको सुख होगा, तब सुख होगा। गौ माता चरने को गई हैं, और उनके बच्चे जब हम्बा हम्बा करके भूखे रोते हैं, तो वो कहीं भी होती पूंछ उठा के भाग के आते हैं। ये गुरु जी कथा बोल रहे हैं। फिर बोलते हैं कि छोटी छोटी चिड़िया चुगने को जाती हैं, जब उनके बच्चों को भूख लगती है तो चींची करती है, वो किसी कहीं भी होती आती कुछ ना कुछ लाती है, अपने बच्चे को खिलाती है। ऐसे प्रभु मैं आपका जन्म जन्म का दास हूँ, आप मेरे पे कृपा कीजिए। भगवान बोल रहे हैं, वित्रासुर तुम्हें क्या चाहिए बोलो। वित्रासुर कह रहे मुझे स्वर्ग नहीं चाहिए, वैकुंठ नहीं चाहिए, मुझे कुछ भी सार्वभौम ना नाकपिष्टम न सार्वभौम न रक्षाधिपतम, मुझे कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए। तब क्या चाहिए तुझे? मेरे को बुलाया तूने कि अगर आप देना ही चाह रहे तो मुझे क्या दे दो। ये कृष्ण भक्त हैं, इनके साथ मेरी दोस्ती करा दो। ये सुन के गुरुजी ने कथा, समय हो गया, वहां पे आरती होती थी मंदिर में। आरती होती परिक्रमा करके गुरुजी चल दिए। तो वहाँ के जो मुख्य पुजारी भागवत के पंडित मुझसे कहते हैं, आपके गुरुजी ने कहाँ से ये कथा बोली? ये भागवत से बोली। आपके पास भागवत है? कि हाँ, गीता प्रेस की भागवत है, दिखाओ। जब उनको खोल के दिखाया सारा, वो तो हैरान हो गए। एकदम गुरुजी के पास जाके प्रणाम किया, महाराज मैं तो भागवत का पंडित हूँ, मैंने कितनी भागवत की, लेकिन जो आपने आज प्रसंग बोला मैंने कभी नहीं बोला। तब गुरुजी उनको धीरे से बोलते हैं, आप प्रहलाद जी ने जो भगवान की स्तुति की वो पढ़ना 7वें स्कंद में, तब आपको समझ आएगी। इतना कौन कहाँ से आए हैं सब जीवों के ऊपर अपनी अपार कृपा करने के लिए। कौन तब निज जन कौन महाजन, कौन महाप्रभु के पास राधा रानी के पास आए। सारे जगत के अंदर क्या किया, हरि नाम का जो प्रचार किया है, ऐसा प्रचार करके गए। साथ में हम लोग रहा करते थे, हम कभी भी नहीं समझ पाते थे कि गुरुजी क्या बसते हैं। आज देख रहे हैं उनके चारों तरफ महिमा है, और उनकी कृपा से ही हम लोग हैं। यहाँ पे बोलते थे किसी भी संसारी छाया बाजी पाए, ये किसका संसार है? ये तो आज है जीव, कल नहीं है। आज हैं, कल सवेरे उठेंगे नहीं उठेंगे, सो के चले जाएंगे। यहाँ पर ममता अगर हम करेंगे तो बेकार के दिन चले जाएंगे हमारे। अगर हमारा प्रेम है, हमारा ममता है, हमारा संसार के ऊपर अगर कुछ भी है तो वो भगवान के चरणों में करो। क्योंकि भगवान के पास करने से अपना प्रेम जो है क्या हो जाएगा, अपनी वृत्ति, अपनी मन हम भगवान के पास देंगे, तब हमारा क्या हो जाएगा, मन भी अच्छा हो जाएगा, मन भी शुद्ध हो जाएगा। क्योंकि गुरु महाराज बोलते हैं कि नारद, जब मुनि वेद व्यास को अपने आश्रम के ऊपर क्या हुआ, मन के अंदर दुबला भाव आया, मन खराब हो गया, बेचैन हो गए, तब उनके पास कौन आए? नारद जी आए, गुरु जी को याद किया। नारद जी ने आके कहा, मेरे को क्यों बुलाया? कहने लगे, गुरुदेव मैंने 17 पुराण, 6 शास्त्र, 4 वेद, महाभारत, गीता सब कुछ लिखा, लेकिन मुझे शांति नहीं मिली। शांति कैसे मिलेगी? तब नारद जी कहते हैं, तुमने संसार को जलाने के लिए वेद पुराणों को लिख दिया, शांति की वस्तु तुमने लिखी नहीं। तुमने कहीं भी कृष्ण भक्ति को वर्णन नहीं किया। चारों तरफ क्या लिखे, कर्म कांड लिख दिया, ज्ञान लिख दिया, दुनिया भर के झमेले लिख दिए, और तुमने एक भूल और की, पशुओं की बलि लिख दी। तुम्हें शांति कैसे प्राप्त होगी? जब हम दूसरे को शांति नहीं दे सकते तो हमें शांति कहाँ मिलेगी? तब गुरुदेव मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा? कि मुझे मेरे पितामह ने 4 श्लोक दिए थे भगवान श्री कृष्ण की महिमा गान करने के लिए, वो तो मैंने की नहीं। एकाग्र चित्त होके तुमने कृष्ण महिमा का वर्णन नहीं किया, इसलिए तुम क्या करो, वो कृष्ण महिमा का वर्णन करो। जब हम लोग परंपरा गाते हैं, कृष्ण हईते चतुर्मुख हरि कृष्ण सर्वमुख ब्रह्मा हईते नारद रामति नारद हईते व्यासा। भगवान के हृदय में 4 श्लोक प्रकट किए, उन्होंने ब्रह्मा जी को दिए, ब्रह्मा जी ने नारद जी को, नारद जी ने किसको दिए? मुनि वेद व्यास को दिए। तब उन 4 श्लोकों से जब श्रीमद् भागवत लिखा तो उसमें 33 श्लोक लिखा शुरुआत में, कहते हैं पिबतम भागवतम रसमालायम, जो रसिक जन होंगे वो इसके अंदर से जो प्रेम भक्ति का जो रस है उसको क्या करेंगे? प्राप्त करेंगे। उस प्रेम भक्ति को लेंगे। ये ऐसा ग्रंथ है, ये जो फल, जो भागवत रूपी जो फल है, इसमें न खट्टा है, न मीठा है, न फीका है, न बीज है, न कुछ भी। ये क्या है? पिबतम। कैसे पिया जाएगा? मुंह से नहीं, कान से पीना पड़ेगा। वैष्णवों के पास क्या करना पड़ेगा? इस कथा को श्रवण करना पड़ेगा। जब वैष्णवों के पास हम इस कथा को श्रवण करेंगे, तब हमारे हृदय के अंदर ये कथा क्या होगी? आएगी। और आने के बाद तब पता लगेगा कि वास्तविक हम लोगों ने क्या सुना, क्या पाया। गुरु महाराज जी हमेशा बोलते हैं कि इसको लेने के लिए वैष्णवों के पास जाना पड़ेगा, गुरुदेव के पास जाना पड़ेगा। इसलिए ये भक्ति कौन सी है? ये नारद जी को, जब नारद जी ने दिए वेद व्यास मुनि को, तब ये भागवत को लिखा। 4 श्लोक से 18,000 श्लोक तैयार हुए। 18,000 श्लोक तैयार कर दिए हैं जी। 18,000 श्लोक तैयार करने के बाद आखिरी श्लोक लिखा, नाम संकीर्तनम यस्य सर्व पाप प्रणाशनम प्रणामो दुख शमनम तम नमामि हरिं प्रणम। क्या नाम संकीर्तन करने से सारे पाप क्या हो जाएंगे, समाप्त हो जाएंगे, और भगवान को प्रणाम करने से सारे दुख खत्म हो जाएंगे। ये लिखा मूल नाम संकीर्तन।
So now you can translate.
बंद हो जाओ।
Anji, so Maharaji's has mentioned that he came to Srila Gurudev in 1979 at the age of 14. And then Maharaj is saying that when we came to Gurudev, we did not know the personality, how great Guru Maharaj is. Then Maharaj is mentioning that we cannot understand the significance of Ganga by staying near to Ganga. But how great is Ganga, it can be learnt only by knowing this, the significance from the Vaishnavas or from the sadhus, that how great Ganga is. So similarly, we have to, we can understand the significance and the importance of Srila Gurudev only if we realize something, if we follow his teachings, if we hear from him. So Guru Maharaj used to sing one kirtan, Amana Durmati Sansara Bhitare Padiya Chinu Ami. So Maharaj is saying that this is how Guru Maharaj used to also tell us that, Mahaprabhu has sent all his associates to us so that we can be delivered from this world. Then after this, Maharaji was sharing one incident that happened in one of the temple in Dehradun, that Srila Gurudev was giving class there, and in the class Srila Gurudev explained how Vrittasur was calling Lord Vishnu, that when Lord Vishnu appeared to him, Lord asked him that, what do you want? Do you want the worldly things? Then Vritasur said, no, Lord, I don't want anything. I don't even want Vaikunt. I don't want anything else. I just want association of your devotees. Please make me friend of your devotees. I just want association of your devotees, not even your Vaikunt. So from this, we understand that Guru Maharaj is explaining us that how important is the association of a devotee. And then one of the Pandit, he was a Bhagavad Pandit from that same temple. He heard that Srila Gurudev spoke about Vrittasur so nicely, and he asked Srila Maharaj Ji that from where your Gurudev is speaking all these things. Then Maharaj mentioned to him that Gurudev is speaking this from Srimad Bhagavatam. And then the Maharaj asked him, do you have Bhagavatam? He had Gita Press Bhagavatam, and then Maharaji showed him that this pastime is there in Srimad Bhagavatam. Then that Pandit was so much amazed, and he said that although he was a Pandit of Bhagavat, he did not actually realize the internal meanings of Srimad Bhagavatam. And then he wanted to meet Srila Gurudev, and when he met Srila Gurudev and paid his obeisances, and Srila Gurudev asked him to read what Prahlad Maharaj has to say about bhakti in the sixth canto. So in the seventh canto. So this is how Srila Gurudev used to speak, and then even the Bhagavad Pandits used to get amazed listening to Srila Gurudev. Then Maharaji is saying that Guru Maharaj also used to tell us about how Vyasdev, even after writing the Vedas, all the Vedas and so many Upanishads and so many other books, he himself was not satisfied and happy. And then he also called his Guru. He called his Guru Naradji from his heart that, why I am not satisfied. And when Naradji appeared to him, and then Naradji asked him that, what have you done? What have you written? Then he showed him all the Vedas and other books he had written. Then Naradji mentioned to him that, why did you write all these things, which is also having about which is having the content of getting the material pleasure, and the worst thing is of of getting liberation from this world. So that is why you are not happy, because you have not given the actual thing to the people. Then Naraji asked him to write about Krishna Leela, all the pastimes of Krishna. Then Vyasdev mentioned to him that he doesn't have any realization about that. Then Naraji gave him 4 shlokas of Bhagavatam, and Vyasdev ji reciting those 4 shlokas every day, he expanded those 4 shlokas to 18,000 shlokas. And how did this happen? Maharaj is saying this is happening only because of the mercy of Guru. So if we have mercy of Guru, then we can expand 4 shlokas to 18,000 shlokas. And this is what is Srimad Bhagavatam, which came out of those 4 shlokas. And Bhagavatam, Maharaj is saying, is not a very simple thing. It is such a fruit that does not have skin. It does not have any seed also. It is full of ras. So this is and at the end of the 18,000 shlokas, there is a glorification of Harinam. That is what in the 12th canto, the last chapter, the Harinam is glorified so much by Sri Vyasdev. So yeah, this is what Maharaji was explaining until now. So now Maharaj will continue. Maharaj ji, आप आगे बोल सकते हैं.
गुरु महाराज जी के साथ हम लोग बहुत प्रचार में रहे और जयपुर में जाते थे. जयपुर के अंदर दिसंबर के महीने में जब गए तो मोक्षदा एकादशी थी और वहाँ पे गीता जयंती चल रही थी. तो गुरु जी वहाँ के जो जयपुर मंदिर के, गोविंद जी के मंदिर के जो प्रबंधक है, वहाँ के गुरु महाराज जी को बोलते हैं, महाराज आप गीता जी के ऊपर बोलिए. गुरु महाराज जी ने 6 अध्याय करके 3 दिन में गीता जी पर बोलना शुरू किया. और पहले ही अध्याय के अंदर से अर्जुन को जो मोह हो रहा है, मेरा मुख सूख रहा है, मेरे हाथ से गांडीव गिर रहा है, तब द्वितीय तृतीय में जब कर्म योग आया तो गुरुजी कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं? भक्ति में लेके जा रहे हैं. कर्म में भी भक्ति में ले जा रहे हैं, ज्ञान में भी भक्ति में ले जा रहे हैं, योग में भी भक्ति में ले जा रहे हैं. महाराज आखिर तक 6 अध्याय सारे के 3 दिन के अंदर पूरे किए गुरु महाराज जी ने और भक्ति के अंदर लेके गए. तब तीसरे दिन एक वहाँ पे एक बाबा जी के शिष्य थे, बहुत बड़े सेठ जी, काली टोपी लगा रखी है, वो खड़े हो गए, कहने लगे महाराज, राजस्थानी भाषा में बोलने, महाराज आपने तो कमाल कर दिया. अब 3 दिन से हम गीता सुन रहे हैं, ऐसी गीता हमने नहीं सुनी कि आप हर एक अध्याय के अंदर अर्जुन को भक्ति के अंदर लेके जा रहे हैं. ये क्या है? ये आपने कहाँ से निकाला? योगी नाम मति सर्वेशा मत गतंतरात्मा तेषाम ज्ञानी नित्य युक्तो एक भक्ति विशिष्ट. ज्ञानी में वो करोड़ों ज्ञानी श्रेष्ठ जो मेरा भक्त है, योगी में वो योगी श्रेष्ठ जो मेरा. हर एक के अंदर आप भक्ति में ले जा रहे हो. और 9वें अध्याय में तो आपने कमाल कर दिया. इतनी हृदय की बात अर्जुन को बतला रहा हूँ महाराज. वो इतने प्रभावित तो हुए, तब उन्होंने अपने घर पे गुरु महाराज जी को बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम किया, बुलाया. कहने लगे मैंने बहुत संत देखे, लेकिन गुरु महाराज आपके जैसा संत मैंने आज तक देखा नहीं. इतना प्रसन्न चित्त और हर समय गीता जी के अंदर अर्जुन को भक्ति में ले गए. ये गुरु जी का वैभव देखा, ये महिमा देखी हम लोगों ने. यहाँ पर भी गए, वहां पर अपना करुणा प्रकाश किया और घर में लोग हैं और गुरु जी आपको याद करें, लेकिन आप वहीं जाके उनके ऊपर कृपा करें. ये गुरु जी का वास्तविक रूप देखा. और हमेशा एक भजन गाते थे कि अरे ओरे मन भालो नहीं लागे संसार, अब ये संसार अच्छा नहीं लगता. यहाँ पर क्या है? हर समय जन्म है, कोई जन्म ले रहा है, कोई मर रहा है, कोई जा रहा है, कोई आगे जा रहा है, कोई पीछे जा रहा है. और धन जन परिवार क्यों नहीं कहूँ काल, काले मित्र अकाले अपार. ये धन ये घर के लोग कोई हमारा साथ देने वाले नहीं. अगर साथ देगा भी तो एकमात्र हरि नाम देगा. और कहते हैं कि जब तुम उठोगे तब बोलना मेरे नाम को सत्य कर, तुम्हारे नाम को कोई सत्य नहीं करेगा. क्या बोलेंगे? हमारे यहाँ कहते हैं, बंगाल में बोलते हैं बोल हरि हरि बोल. और यहाँ पे क्या बोलते हैं? राम नाम सत्य है, राम नाम सत्य है. कि एकमात्र तुम्हारे साथ अगर जाएगा तो भगवान का नाम जाएगा. भगवान के नाम के बगैर तुम्हारे साथ कुछ नहीं जाएगा. ये गुरु जी हमेशा बोलते हैं और कहते हैं, यहाँ राखी बारे चाहे तहाँ नहीं थाके भाई अनित्य समझ. यहाँ पे रहना चाहोगे कोई तुम्हें रोकेगा नहीं। 1 मिनट तुम्हारे अंदर से भगवत तत्व खत्म हो गया। कहते हैं कि जब तक भगवान का अंश तुम्हारे अंदर है तुम्हारी कीमत है। तुमको वोट डालने के लिए ले जाएंगे, तुम्हारे अंदर जान है, लेकिन अगर जान नहीं है, मुर्दा है, तो कोई तुम्हारे को वैल्यू नहीं देगा, तुम्हारे को कोई पूछेगा नहीं। एकमात्र पूछेगा कि जब तक क्या है भगवान का अंश तुम्हारे अंदर विराजमान है तब तक तुम्हारी पूछ है। इसलिए हमेशा क्या करना, नित्य जो हरि हैं भगवान उनके ऊपर कृपा करना। क्योंकि ये चीज देखने को मिली ब्रजमंडल परिक्रमा के अंदर। गुरु महाराज जी के साथ मधुवन के अंदर हम गए, तो मधुबन के अंदर उस समय ध्रुव जी की जो तपस्या स्थली है वो ज्यादा अच्छी नहीं बनी थी। गुरु जी को इतना भाव हुआ और एकदम कीर्तन करना शुरू किया, कहाँ पद्म पलाश लोचन हरि, कहाँ पद्म पलाश लोचन हरि, ये कीर्तन गा रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने चेष्टा की छतरी लगाने की, नहीं कुछ नहीं, और एकदम धूप हो रही है और उसके अंदर एकदम विरह में पुकार रहे हैं, कहाँ पद्म पलाश। 1 घंटे तक कीर्तन किया, अपूर्व रूप देखा गुरु महाराज जी का। और एक दफे वृंदावन के अंदर ब्रजमंडल परिक्रमा थी, तो विष्णु वैष्णव राज्यसभा का क्या निकल रहा था नगर कीर्तन। तो वहाँ के लोग आके बोलते हैं कि महाराज आप आइए, आप तो प्रधान अध्यक्ष हैं, आप कीर्तन कीजिए। हम लोग आगे चले गए, गुरु महाराज जी आए, सारे मठों के सन्यासी लोग हैं, सब मठों के। और जब गुरु जी ने शुरू किया, क्रोध परमानंद नित्यानंद रहा, सब लोग चारों तरफ से उनकी तरफ देखने लगे और गुरु जी इतने भाव में संकीर्तन करने लगे। जब ये संकीर्तन समाप्त हुआ, राधा कृष्ण बोलो बोलो रे सवा, ये जब कीर्तन शुरू किया, सारे लोग बड़े बड़े सन्यासी देख रहे हैं। और हमारे बन महाराज जी के शिष्य हैं, पूज्यपाद बन महाराज जी के शिष्य प्रियानंद बन महाराज, उनका पहले आदि कृष्ण नाम था, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमने सुना था महाराज कीर्तन करते हैं, लेकिन आज देख के ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे बैकुंठ का कीर्तन साक्षात महाप्रभु कीर्तन कर रहे हैं। ये रूप देखा गुरु महाराज जी की, ये अपार महिमा देखी। यहाँ पंजाब में हम उनके साथ थे, हर जगह यही संकीर्तन को देखा। और क्या कृपा करते थे, जिसकी तरफ देख लिया उसके ऊपर कृपा हो जाया करती थी। इसलिए हम लोग क्या करें क्या नहीं करें ये समझ में नहीं आता है, लेकिन गुरु महाराज जी की कृपा हर समय हमारे पर बरस रही है ना। अब आप ट्रांसलेट करो।
Yes, so Maharaj ji is mentioning that we used to be with Guru Maharaj in Punjab, and then we used to go with Guru Maharaj to many other places. Also in Rajasthan, Maharaj had gone with Gurudev, and that time it was Mokshada Ekadashi in December, Gita Jayanti day. So the Panda of that temple asked Srila Gurudev to speak on Bhagavad Gita, and Guru Maharaj agreed to it, and there was 3 days of program, and Srila Gurudev started speaking 6 chapters on each of the days. And in 3 days, Guru Maharaj, this way he completed all the 18 chapters in gist. And what happened is, like with the initial chapters, how Arjun was telling Krishna that my Gandhi is slipping from my hands, and my throat is becoming choked, my mouth is becoming dry. So all these things Guru Maharaj was speaking, and slowly Guru Maharaj started taking everyone towards bhakti. How, like, Guru Maharaj was giving such purports that Bhagavad Gita is actually taking us not towards karma or gyan, but towards bhakti. So one of the person from the crowd, he was a Rajasthani person, and he spoke in Rajasthani language. He got up from the crowd and he told that such a nice explanation of Bhagavad Gita we have never ever heard. The way you are explaining that Krishna is taking everyone towards bhakti via Bhagavad Gita. And he mentioned to Gurudev that I have seen so many saints in my life, but I have never seen a saint like you who can give such nice explanations of Bhagavad Gita. So he used to then call Srila Gurudev to his house as well to do the programs. So this is how Srila Gurudev have given so much mercy. Wherever he went, he gave so much mercy. And Maharaj is saying that Guru Maharaj used to sing one of the kirtan like "Bhalo nahi lage sansar," like this world I am not liking. The meaning Maharaj is saying that Guru Maharaj used to give, that why I'm not liking this world is because someone is living, someone is dying, and so many things are happening all around which are giving the trouble, miseries to everyone. So nothing can actually help to us. This is what Guru Maharaj used to say. Guru Maharaj used to mention that only and only Harinam will help, because only Harinam is eternal. Nothing else is eternal. If we say our name is not eternal. Guru Maharaj used to say that in our Bengal, people, when someone dies, then they say Hari Bol, Hari Bol. This is how they take the dead body. And in the North India, people say Ram Naam Satya Hai, means that only Lord Ram's name is eternal. So this is how we have to understand. Guru Maharaj used to say. And then Guru Maharaj used to say that if you take a dead body for giving the vote, then they will not accept, even if the body is there. So they are also understanding that that if a person is dead, like the soul has left, then the body has no value. So that is why Guru Maharaj used to say that we have to always remember Lord. We are not supposed to forget the Lord, and we used to always do only Harinam, and only Harinam will help us. Then Maharaj is explaining that how glorious Guru Maharaj was, that once it happened in Madhuvan that it was very hot, and the Guru Maharaj was in such in a different bhav, in trance, and he was chanting Kaha Padma Palash Lochan Hari, Kaha Padma Palash Lochan Hari, and doing kirtan for almost more than an hour. And the Maharaj is saying that we tried to put umbrella on top of Guru Maharaj's head, but Guru Maharaj did not accept it, because he was in a different mood, and he was in such a form. He was singing. He was not at all feeling any hot or any discomfort, even in such a hot weather. Then Maharaj is saying that once it happened that in Vishwa Vaishnav Raj Sabha, so many sannyasis and so many other institute sannyasis had come there, and they requested Srila Gurudev that because you are the president of Vishwa Vaishnav Raj Sabha, so please chant bhajan and inaugurate the sabha. Then Gurudev started chanting, starting doing bhajan, Akarodha Paramanand Nityananda Rai, and all got mesmerized looking at Gurudev. Then after that, Guru Maharaj chanted Radha Krishna Bol Bol Bolo Re Sabai, this kirtan. So many of the disciples of Srila Sant Maharaj, they had told that, oh, we had heard that that Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Ballabh Tirth Goswami Maharaj does nice kirtan, but we have heard him for the first time, and we never knew that he does such mesmerizing kirtan. So yeah, this is what Maharaj was explaining. Glories of Gurudev. Maharaj ji, आप आगे बोल सकते हैं.
गुरु महाराज जी, हम लोग नवद्वीप धाम परिक्रमा में थे, तो हमारे प्रसाद प्रभु, नवीन प्रभु और गौरव बंसल, ये तीनों जने आए. कैसे आए ये तो मेरे को इतना पता नहीं. नवद्वीप धाम परिक्रमा में जो चल रहे हैं साथ में, तो देखते हैं ज्यादातर बंगाल के लोग हैं, आसाम के लोग हैं. तो जो हिंदी मेरे मुख से सुने तो मेरे से बोलते हैं कि आप हिंदी हो? हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं तो दिल्ली का रहने वाला हूँ. अच्छा, आप अपने गुरुजी की महिमा बतलाइए. तो मैंने कहा मेरे पास तो कोई शब्द नहीं है गुरुजी की महिमा बोलने का. मैं तो एक साधारण जीव हूँ, उनकी कृपा होगी तभी बोल सकता हूँ. महाराज, ऐसी कृपा दिखाई गुरु महाराज जी. पूरे विद्यानगर में पैदल पैदल चल रहे हैं, पूरे नरसिंहपल्ली में कीर्तन कर रहे. ऐसी कृपा पहली बार में हुई कि तीनों के तीनों गुरु जी के हरि नाम ले लिया. तीनों के तीनों गुरु जी के कोने के शिष्य हो गए. गुरु जी की अपार महिमा देखी हमने कि कौन जीव कहाँ पर कैसी कृपा करनी है, ये देखा. बहुत से लोग क्या कहते हैं, हरि नाम ले नहीं पाए, तो गुरु जी ने उनको सपने में हरि नाम दिया. ऐसे गुरुदेव हमें कहाँ मिलेंगे? आज हम लोग उनके रामनवमी तिथि मना रहे हैं. हम लोग उनके साथ गए थे हमारे पांडे जी के गांव के अंदर गोंडा में, प्रयागराज से। तो जब जा रहे हैं बीच में तो सबने बताए थे कि अयोध्या जी आएंगी। ठीक है, तो सब सो रहे हैं। अब मैं दरवाजे के पास वाली सीट पे बैठा हूँ, सामने गुरुजी हैं। अचानक देखा मंदिर मंदिर आ रहे हैं और गुरुजी उठ के खड़े हो गए। ए बस रोक, बस रोक। ड्राइवर को बोले क्या हो गया, ये जानते नहीं ये अयोध्या जी आ गई हैं। अरे, तो हैरान हो गए। एकदम बस रुक गई और गुरुजी साथ साथ नीचे उतर गए और पैरों में पादुकाएं भी नहीं है। तब हम लोग सब उतर के उनके ऊपर छत्र लगाने लगे। हमारे अमरेंद्र को वो छत्र हटा दिया और कीर्तन गाना शुरू कर दिया अपने आप कि कीर्तन गाओ। क्या गा रहे हैं, राम लक्ष्मण जान की जय बोलो हनुमान की। ये कीर्तन गानों को नित्य करना शुरू कर दिया। हम लोग सारी बस के लोग उतर गए नीचे। तो हमारे दिल्ली के प्रभुदयाल प्रभु जी साथ में थे, तो बोले कि सरजू में स्नान कर लो, इसमें स्नान करने की महिमा है, भगवान ने लिखा है, राम जी ने। ये जब सुना तो हम लोग सब 3-4 जने स्नान करने चले गए। गुरु जी वहाँ पे सारे ब्राह्मण लोग इकट्ठे हो गए और उनसे कह रहे हैं आप पूजा कीजिए सर जी की। हाँ हम पूजा करेंगे। पूजा करने लगे। जब हम लोग नहा के आए तो वो गुरु जी कह रहे हैं तुम लोग स्नान किया सरजू में। हाँ बहुत अच्छा किया। और खाली बोल रहे हैं ये हमारा धाम है, ये हमारा धाम है। बार बार एक ही बात बोल रहे हैं और ब्राह्मणों को बहुत दक्षिणा प्रणामी दे रहे हैं, ये हमारा धाम है। या बाद में अब पता लगता है कि गुरु जी अयोध्या जी को धाम क्यों कह रहे थे, क्योंकि रामनवमी के दिन उनका प्रकट उत्सव है और रामनवमी को भगवान राम जी का भी उत्सव है। इसलिए बार बार कह रहे हैं कि ये मेरा हमारा क्या है, नित्य धाम है, ये हमारा नित्य धाम है। ये बात हमेशा बोल सब समझ में आई कि वास्तव में गुरु जी क्यों बोल रहे हैं। ये पहले किसी को बताया नहीं। जब पता लगा तब रामनवमी उत्सव इतने जोर से होने लगा। क्यों, ये गुरु जी की अपार कृपा है। इसलिए हम लोग उस कृपा को लेने के लिए उनके बताए हुए रास्ते के पर अगर चलेंगे, क्योंकि जीवन में देखा गुरु जी के पास रह के कथा जब करते थे तो हमेशा हमारा गुरु जी ये किया, हमारा गुरु जी ये किया। और जब कभी कीर्तन करना है तो ज्यादातर कीर्तन के अंदर जैसे कहीं विग्रह की पते वो हो रहा है, अभिषेक हो रहा है, गुरु महाराज जी कीर्तन कर रहे हैं, तो प्रभुपाद जी ने लिखा है दुष्ट मन तुम ईश्वरे वैष्णव। उनकी जो बीच की लाइन है, सेतुटी कथा भूलो ना सर्व उच्च स्वरे हरि नाम रस संकीर्तन प्रभावे स्मरण होइले से काले भजन निर्जन संभव प्रभु सनातने परम जतिन शिक्षा दिलो। सेतुटी इतनी जोर से कीर्तन गाते, हम लोग देख के हैरान हो जाते गुरु महाराज जी कहाँ से कीर्तन गा रहे हैं, कैसे गा रहे हैं। इसलिए आज क्या बोले, अंतिम लीला के अंदर भी देखा ऐसा किसी का नहीं हुआ जैसे गुरु जी ने अपना विचित्र लीला हम लोगों को दिखाई। इसलिए आज वो हमारे ऊपर हैं, सबके ऊपर कृपा कर रहे हैं। अगर उनकी कृपा लेनी है तो उनके बताए हुए रास्ते के ऊपर हम लोगों को क्या करना पड़ेगा, हमेशा निरंतर चलना पड़ेगा। वो अपनी कृपा हमारे पर भेजेंगे, कब भेजेंगे, जब हमारा निष्कपट भाव होगा। क्योंकि गुरु महाराज जी बोलते हैं हमेशा कि अगर तुम्हारे हृदय के अंदर कपट का भाव है तो भगवान कृपा नहीं करेंगे। कपट का भाव ना होने से महाप्रभु की कृपा हो जाएगी। भगवान राम भी बोलते हैं, गुरु जी बोलते हैं कि निर्मल मन जन सो मोहे पावा, मोहे कपट छल छिद्र न भावा। कि जिनका मन निर्मल है वो मेरे को प्राप्त करेंगे, कपटी व्यक्ति मेरे को प्राप्त नहीं करेगा। इसलिए हम लोग सब मिलके गुरु जी के बताए हुए रास्ते के ऊपर हम लोगों को क्या करना पड़ेगा, चलना पड़ेगा। जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे अगर कथा सुन रहे हैं, सब एकमात्र गुरु जी के बताए हुए रास्ते के ऊपर सब चलना, निरंतर हरि नाम करना, अपने गुरु जी की महिमा बोलते बोलते हम लोगों के अंदर परम गुरु महाराज जी के लिए इतनी महिमा को प्रकाशित कर दिया। हमारा गुरु जी ने ये किया, हमारा कभी जीवन के अंदर नहीं कहा कि ये मेरा शिष्य है। जब हम लोग यहाँ पर गुरु जी के अब वो करते थे, पूजा करते थे रामनवमी को, तो गुस्सा होते थे, नहीं हमारा गुरु जी का पूजा होगा, गुरु जी हम आपके शिष्य हैं, हम आपकी पूजा करेंगे, नहीं हमारा गुरु जी का पूजा होगा। इसलिए हम लोग उनके बताए हुए रास्ते के ऊपर हम लोग चलेंगे तो गुरु जी भी प्रसन्न होंगे, वैष्णव जन भी प्रसन्न होंगे। और गुरु जी की अगर प्रसन्नता हो गई तो हमारा काम जो है बन जाएगा। इसलिए आप लोग सब लोग मिलके क्या करना, गुरु जी के बताए हुए रास्ते पे और उनके जो हरिनाम हम लोगों को मिला है उसको क्या करना, संभाल के रखना। क्योंकि मैंने देखा अगर किसी की माला खो गई, गुरु जी गुस्सा होते थे और माला देते समय कहते थे पैसे को संभाल के रखता, माला संभाल के नहीं रखता। हमारा गुरु जी के चरण में अपराध हुआ, गुरु जी के भजन कोटि में जाकर उनको प्रणाम करके अपराध क्षमा मांगा। ये गुरु जी को देखा, इसलिए हम लोग सब उनके बताए हुए रास्ते पर चले और उनका जो श्री चैतन्य गौड़ीय मठ इसका जो झंडा है, इसको जितना आगे ले जा सके भक्ति के अंदर, यही मेरी प्रार्थना है सब लोग करें। और कोई भी बोले आपसे, तुम इसके शिष्य से जोर से बोलना हम श्री भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज जी के शिष्य हैं, तब तुम्हारे पर गुरु जी की कृपा आ जाएगी। पति पावन श्री गुरु महाराज की जय।
Hare Krishna. So Maharaji was mentioning that once it so happened that in Navdeep Dham Parikrama, Prasad Prabhu, Naveen Prabhu, and one more devotee, I forgot the name, he came to Navdeep Dham Parikrama, and then they asked Maharaji to speak about Srila Gurudev's glory. Maharaj very humbly told that, oh, I'm not qualified to speak Guru Maharaj's glories because he is so great. But somehow Gurudev gave that mercy to him, and so much of inspiration in his heart that he started speaking to them about Guru Maharaj's glory all the time during the parikrama, and they were listening, and they got so much inspired that they got initiated from Srila Gurudev. And then Maharaj was mentioning that once it so happened that Guru Maharaj went to Ayodhya with many of the sannyasis and devotees, and it so happened that they were in the bus, and then when the bus was about to reach Ayodhya, Guru Maharaj suddenly, when he saw there are so many temples around, Guru Maharaj asked the driver to suddenly stop the bus, and he got down from the bus, and then there he started doing kirtan in there in Ayodhya as soon as Ayodhya temples started. Then Amrendra Prabhu tried to give umbrella to Gurudev, shoes to Gurudev, because it was quite hot there. But Guru Maharaj was not ready to accept it, and he was doing kirtan in his bhav, singing Ram Lakshman Janki Jai Ho Hanuman Ki. Like this, Guru Maharaj was singing very loudly. And then after that, Guru Maharaj took bath in Saryu river, and then he asked Maharaj and other devotees also if you have taken bath or not. And then Guru Maharaj was mentioning continuously, oh, this is my place, my dham. But Maharaj said that we could not understand it at that time, that why Guru Maharaj was saying that this is his own dham, because Guru Maharaj has also appeared on the same day of Lord Ram, that is Ram Navami. So that is why he was saying that, oh, this is his own dham as well. So this is how Maharaj is saying that we should try to follow him. And what we used to always see, that wherever Guru Maharaj used to go, he used to speak about the glories of his Gurudev. He always used to speak about his glory, his Gurudev's glories, and he used to chant such nice kirtans the Vaishnav Ke Kirtan written by Srila Prabhupada, Dushtuman Tumi Kisere Vaishnav. That thing Maharaj was mentioning, that Guru Maharaj used to sing that, oh, you want to do bhajan in the Nirjan, then this is not the way. This is actually not the real bhajan. It is just you want some fame. That is why you want to do bhajan in the Nirjan. So Maharaj is saying that such nice explanations and such nice way Guru Maharaj used to sing the kirtan. And in the last pastimes which Gurudev showed to us, he gave so much mercy to all of us, and he has shown us the path, and we all should follow that path to get his mercy, because it is mentioned in Sri Ramcharitmanas that if we have any kapat, any hypocrisy in our heart, then Lord Ram himself says that if there is a kapat in you, a hypocrisy in you, then you will not get the mercy. The one who does not have hypocrisy gets the mercy. So Maharaj is saying that we should leave the hypocrisy aside, and we should always try to chant Gurudev's glories and chant Harinam always. and Maharaj is saying that how Guru Maharaj used to do that, and he never Guru Maharaj never allowed to do his puja. Like if the disciples wanted to worship Gurudev, he never used to allow. He used to say that you have to worship my Gurudev. You should not worship me. My Gurudev is worshipable. So this is how we should try to follow Gurudev's instructions, and we should, then only our life will be successful. And Guru Maharaj always used to say, if someone used to lose his chanting beads, then Guru Maharaj used to tell them that you should take care of your chanting beads and don't lose them. And if they had lost, then Guru Maharaj used to ask them, you go and pay obeisances to my Gurudev, because it is the chanting beads of my Gurudev. You should ask forgiveness from him, and mention to him that you will never lose it. So this is what is the mercy of Gurudev we have, is the chanting beads we have got from him, and we should take care of the chanting beads, and we should try to always chant. And Maharaj is saying that I am praying to all the devotees here that they should always chant following Gurudev's instructions. And if anyone asks you that you are disciple of or you are whose disciple, then you should mention very proudly, you should mention that I am disciple of Nitilla Prishtam Vishnupada Ashtotar Shri Srimad Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Goswami Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam. हरे कृष्णा महाराज जी, दंडवत प्रणाम। आपसे आपकी बहुत कृपा है कि आपने आकर के जो है गुरु महाराज जी के बारे में बहुत सुंदर सुंदर चीजें बताई हैं। तो सभी भक्तों की तरफ से आपको दंडवत प्रणाम। वांछा कल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिंधुभ्येव च नमो नमः। दंडवत प्रणाम महाराज जी। हरे कृष्णा। So now we would like to request Shripad Sudarshan Prabhuji from Jammu. Prabhuji has traveled extensively with Srila Gurudev, and he's a very senior disciple of Srila Gurudev. So we would like to request Shripad Sudarshan Prabhu.
Akshadharitven samasta shastra ruktastatha bhagavate sadvi kintu pravaryo priye tasya vande guru shri charanarvindam vande guru shri charanarvindam. First of all, I offer my prostrated obeisances to the lotus feet of my most revered Gurudev, His Divine Grace, Om Ritilila Pravishta Paramahans Parivrajikacharya, Ashtor Satradandi Swami Shishimad Bhakti Vallabh Goswami Maharaj, and pray for his causeless mercy to empower me to speak something about his pastimes in this planet. As said in Updeshamrata by Rupa Goswami, that a wise and self-composed person who can subdue the impetus to speak, the agitation of the mind, the onset of anger, the vehemence of the tongue, the urge of the belly, and the agitation of the genitals, can instruct the entire world. In other words, all persons may become disciples of such a self-controlled person. Such a person is Guru, and his Harikatha is the most powerful cure for our original disease, that we have forgotten that we are Dasanudas, Krishna Das. So such is the personality, divine personality of our Gurudev, Sri Bhakti Vallabh Goswami Maharaj, who was born in 1924 in Gwalpada Dham, and on the auspicious day of Ram Navami. And from the very childhood, he had detachment from worldly objects and strong inclination towards eternal truth. So He joined after completing his MA in philosophy, the Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, and took shelter at the feet of His Divine Grace, Srimad Bhakti Daita Madhava Goswami Maharaj Param Gurudeva. The Gurudeva was always compassionate, and as we belong to the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's school of thought, the Acharyas come down by the instructions of Radha Rani for delivering the conditioned souls. We know that Rupa Goswami is Rupa Manjari, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is also Kamal Manjari, and our Prabhupada is Naina Manjari. So is our Gurudeva is also a personal associate of Radha Rani and has come down and came down to this planet to deliver the conditioned souls. He was a Varnacharya as said by Shri Sridhar Rakshak, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Goswami Maharaj to the Acharya, our revered Acharya, Param Pujapal, Param Gurudev, Shri Sharad Bhakti Dait Madh Goswami Maharaj, that Tirth Maharaj is a born Acharya. He is Acharya from the very childhood. His Acharan was such that he looked like an Acharya. And so you need not worry about it. As the saying goes, E Manaduramati Sansar Bhitre Padiyashanwami. So this incident is an example in my life because all the programs are of the Gurudeva are predetermined. For instance, when Guruji Maharaj was in Purushottam Dham, at the same time Guruji was Bhakti Daita Madhava Goswami Maharaj also there, and Guru Maharaj at that time secretary of the Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. At that time, in 1978, during the Jagannath Rath Yatra, one of the disciples of Bhakti Daita Madhava Goswami Maharaj, Shri Hansrajji Bhatia from Amritsar, who was very close to Madhava Maharaj, he was asked to take initiation, second initiation in Puri Dham. But Bhatia ji told Param Gurudev that I will take the initiation, second initiation from you in Vrindavan. Then Param Gurudeva told him that you should take the initiation from Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Goswami Maharaj. Then he again asked that I have now settled in Jammu and I will like that you should visit Jammu. Then again, Madhava Maharaj told him that you should take Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Maharaj to Jammu. But Bhatia ji could not understand the fact, and however he took initiation in Puri Dham. Later on in February 79, Param Gurudeva left this world. He disappeared and performed the pastimes of disappearance. And at that time, our Gurudev, Param Pujapad Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Goswami Maharaj became the Acharya of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. At that time, during the Jhulan Jatra in 79, Hansraji approached Guru Maharaj in Vrindavan that you should come to Jammu because this is the instruction of our revered Gurudev, Param Pujapad Bhakti Vallabh Bhakti Daita Madhava Goswami. So in this way, the program of Gurudeva to come to Jammu materialized, and Gurudev came in the month of the same year, 79, Gurudev came in Jammu. At that time, the Gurudeva preaching party was consisting of 20 to 25 persons. So the lectures were being delivered at two different places. In one of the places was Gadadhar temple in Jammu and another Shri Ram temple in Purani Mandi, Jammu. Guruji was going to give lectures in Purani Mandi Mandir, whereas Bhakti Prasad Puri Maharaj, the then Math Rakshak of Sri Vrindavan Dham, he will come to Gadadhar temple, which was very close to my residence. So I visited and attended 2-3 days lectures from Puri Maharaj, and then inquired, where are they staying? And I was told that they were staying in Gita Bhavan. So the next day I visited in the afternoon Gita Bhavan, and Puri Maharaj took me to Gurudeva's room. And as soon as I saw Gurudeva, so it was such a magnetic personality that I was immediately attracted, and it came to my mind that my Gurudeva has arrived. And then I came back in the room of Puri Maharaj and inquired from him about the process of initiation. And then he told, at that time we were pure vegetarian, but taking onion and garlic. So he told, you have to stop taking onion and garlic. So I immediately rushed to my place, because he said the initiation will be after 2 days on the day of Ekadashi. So I rushed to my place and discussed it with my wife. He told me, yes, I am ready. So on the Ekadashi day, both of us were initiated. So this saying that Eman Durmati Sansar Vitri Padiya Shenayami Tavnejan Kun Mahajane Pathaya Diletum. So the Guruji was sent by the order of the great merciful Lord Krishna Radharani to Jammu, and so we could take shelter at his lotus feet. So Guruji was delivering lectures every day in the morning and in the evening. So Guruji delivered lectures on Raya Ramanand and Mahaprabhu Sambad for about 3 weeks, because he would stay in Jammu for 3 weeks or many times 4 weeks. So he delivered 1 hour lecture daily for 3 weeks on Raya Ramanand and Mahaprabhu Sambad. And I remember when we were in Germany, one of the devotees asked Guru Maharaj to say something about Raya Ramanand and Sambad and Mahaprabhu Sambad. Then Guru told it is not possible, because we stay here only for 3-4 days. So Guruji was doing this thing for about 3 weeks, and we were listening to him attentively. One of the most important thing is that Guruji was filled of such humility that he never complained about the arrangements, because where Guruji was staying, there was only general toilets and general bathrooms downstairs, and Guruji had to walk about half a furlong to the bathroom every time, but he never complained that there are no proper arrangements. Then at the same time, Guruji had to perform 2 lectures, one in the morning, one in the evening. And after morning lecture, when he will take breakfast, then the devotees will go and surround him, and for 2 hours up to say 12 o'clock, he will say Hari Katha. So he was never tired of speaking Hari Katha. And then later on, at 4 o'clock, we will start for the next class. So similarly, he never complained about the arrangement, not in Jammu, even in other places, many places where there were no, he was traveling in sleeper class from Calcutta to Jammu with his Kirtan party, and there was so much discomfort in the sleeper class. We know that in those times, that is in the year 79, now still the conditions are better, but at that time, the conditions were very filthy. But in those conditions also, Guruji traveled to Jammu from Calcutta and back. Another thing which I experienced was whatever job was assigned to us, whichever difficulty may be, but with the grace of Guruji, actually the work was always done by Guruji. Only he was engaging our energy in that work. I remember when Guruji was to go back to Calcutta, and there were 14 seats which were, at that time, they were being reserved manually, and they were all in waiting list. Then the Bhatiaji, who was organizing the program, he asked me go and find out the status of the tickets, because next day Guruji has to travel. When I reached the station, I found that none of the ticket was confirmed. Then Bhatiaji asked me, you should do something. I said, what can I do? Anyway, with the grace of Guruji, I went to railway station, and I came across my friend who was bank manager there and told him the whole story. Then he said, let us go to the railway station and I will see that something can be done. As soon as we reached the station, a contractor, a railway contractor who knew this manager, he came and he asked, what for you are here? Then he said, this Sharma ji is here, his Gurudeva has come and they have to go back next day. And there are 14 passengers, there is no ticket confirmed, at least some ticket should be confirmed. He said, no problem, you sit here, I will see what can be done. And within 10 minutes, he came back and he said, all the 14 tickets have been confirmed. So thus I could understand that only Guruji was engaging us, engaging our energy for his service. But all the things are already done. So this is one of the episodes which similarly, when we were traveling outside India, Guruji was always thinking for the eternal welfare of the devotees. One day when we had to travel from Toulouse to Italy at 8 a.m. in the morning, and at the same time, there were few devotees who were to be initiated. And there was one devotee who was not selected for initiation by the concerned person at France, but Guruji was also worried about him. And Guruji was staying there in a separate room from the other devotees, and I had to stay with the Guru Maharaj there. So Guru Maharaj woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning and he asked, what did Ravan say to Lakshman? I was understood what Guruji is asking. Then Guruji told me that Guruji said that Ravan, when he was lying on the battlefield and having his last breath, he was told by Ravan, Lakshman was told that if there is some auspicious thing to do, it should be done immediately and we should not wait for it. So you go immediately and ask that person to get ready for the initiation. So that means Guruji was thinking about that person also, that he may not be left because he may get this opportunity of initiation again or not. So at the same time, so at 8 o'clock, he was also initiated. So I came to know that how Guruji was worried about each and every person who came in contact, and how can he be delivered from this clutches of Maya. And then Guruji left for Italy, and we reached at about 8 p.m. So he never felt tired, although we started from 8 a.m. and reached at about 8 p.m. And so he was always busy in preaching, in whether in India, whether abroad. In India also, when he will deliver lectures at different places in the morning, in the evening, then people will ask him to take rest. But later the people will come, you have to go for house programs. There will be 4 to 5 house programs daily. And Guruji will attend those programs and never say no, that I am tired because I have a class in the morning. And immediately after 2 o'clock and up to 6 o'clock, there will be house program. And then 8 o'clock, Guruji will have to have a class in the evening. So he was always there to help people. So he instructed people how to serve the God, how to serve Lord Krishna by doing it himself. And then Guruji came to Batinda, Guruji came to Jalandhar, Guruji came to Ropur. In Ropur also the living condition was very bad. There was only one toilet for devotees as well as for the Prachar party. But Guruji never complained about it. Because to deliver the conditioned souls, he was ready to accept all types of discomforts. So this was one of the qualities of the Gurudeva. And then Guruji Maharaj was trying to deliver the people from the clutches of Maya by going from place to place. And whether here or abroad, he never compromised with the regulations set forth by his predecessors. While in Moscow, one Sri Nrsimha Maharaj Ji, a Tridevi Swami, came to Guru Maharaj and asked him that many people will come to our class if Guruji speaks about the Krishna Leela, particularly Ras Panchadhyay. Then Guruji said, no, I will not compromise because my predecessors has never spoken on this topic. Even if 2 or 3 devotees come, I don't mind. But more devotees will come because I trespass the rules set by my predecessors. I will not like to say like that, and I will stick to their rules and adhere to those rules as set by my predecessors. Because Param Gurudeva and Param Pujavad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Swami Thakur Prabhupada never spoke on this topic in public. So Guruji will also not go beyond the rules, regulations set by the predecessors. Once we had to travel from Slovenia to this Germany. Then what happened? That at the night we had a program somewhere in Slovenia, and it was about 12 in the night that we could come to our place. And then there was also initiation in the morning. And we said, Guruji, we should cancel it because all it is 12 o'clock in the night and we have to leave at 6 o'clock. Guruji said, no, we should get up at 4 o'clock, make ourselves ready, and we must go for the initiation because this opportunity may not be available to these people again. So we should not worry about our comfort. And the next day, the initiation was done, and again it was a 12-hour journey from Slovenia onwards. But Guruji tirelessly worked for the welfare of the conditioned souls wherever he went. He never thought when we were in different places, lot of people will come after the class and then discuss with Guru Maharaj Ji till 11 o'clock in the night. And Guruji was not even worried about the prasad. Once Guruji was there in Russia, one place where there are white nights. So what happened when we came out of the lecture, the sun was shining at 10 o'clock in the night. And after that, we went to our place, Guruji, and the meals were ready. Guruji had his meals. And then Guruji was lighting and writing. Then I told Guru Maharaj, it is 3 o'clock and sun will not set here, even in the night. So you should go fall asleep. So he was not worried about his comforts at all there also. And so, as far as he was never worried about the wealth as well. Well, people will come and give donation to him. And if someone comes to him and ask him, please give us some money for our utilization. There were some disciples of Gurudev who was falling short of money, who was passing through bad times. Guru said, yes, give them the money what you have collected. And so he never cared. And always he wanted that the people should perform their bhajan uninterruptedly and they should be given some help if possible. So therefore, and he was the best Kirtaniya. Even not in foreign, but even in our Prachar party where we were circumambulating Mayapur Dham and we were going from our Math to the Sri Chaitanya Math. Then Guruji was performing Kirtan at the on the way, and Narayan Maharaj was traveling in a car. He stopped his car and said, people say Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Gauri Maharaj is always dancing ecstasy, and I want to see. And he stopped here for about half an hour and observed the ecstatic mood of Gurudeva. So Gurudeva took pains to circumambulate every year in the harsh conditions in Mayapur Dham, circumambulate Shri Brajmandal Parikrama for our eternal benefit. He took us he introduced us to Mayapur Dham, he introduced us to go Vrindavan Dham, to Brajmandal, taking great pains, going barefooted under harsh conditions. So always he was there. And Guruji is a divine personality. We must understand that Guruji is a divine personality. He is a personal associate of Radharani. And Guruji, all acharyas of the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's line of thought, they descend from the Golok to deliver the people and preaching about Krishna consciousness. And then they go back to their place and join their service in Golok Dham. So they are a divine personality and they are always existing. We should never say that Gurudev is not there. Because you see, when we are chanting our Diksha mantra, when we are meditating on our Diksha mantra, in Gurudev mantra, so there in Diksha mantra, there is one word, Prachodhyat. What does it mean? The word Prachodhyat means to propel, that is to push. So we request Gurudeva in our mantra, Diksha mantra, that he should push us toward Krishna consciousness, toward devotional practice. So that means he is always existing. So Gurudev is always existing and we should never think that Gurudev is not there. Gurudev is there, he is always there, he is watching us and watching our actions and guiding us. For instance, when we go to different pilgrimage places, he guides us where to go, whom we should accept as Shiksha Guru, whom we should not accept as Shiksha Guru, from whom should we listen to Harikatha, from whom we should not listen to Harikatha. I remember once I was attending Harikatha in Radha Raman Mandir and Pujapad Pundarik Maharaj was delivering the lectures, Harikatha. Then he narrated one thing. He said, you are not here by your bill. It is by the bill of your Gurudeva. It is by the mercy of Gurudeva that you have been able to sit in the compound of Radha Raman temple. So that means Guruji is always with us. We should never forget that Gurudev is not there. He is always there. He is always guiding us, but at the same time also watching us. Because if we concentrate on the object of worship, as told by our Gurudeva, then he will always be helpful to us. He will always come to our help. He will always come to our rescue. Because Gurudev is a divine personality. He always said about the Lord, Guruji said, what is Sat Chit Anand? Explaining these words, he said that eternally existing knowledge and blissful principle. This is how he described the Bhagavan as Sat Chit Ananda Swarup. And he also said that the personality of the Godhead, it is revealed to a surrendered soul, and the revelation will depend upon the degree of surrender. How much we surrender, that is how much we follow the rules of Sharanagati. So if we follow the rules of Sharanagati strictly, we will easily be able to observe, realize the personality of Godhead, because it will depend upon the degree of our surrender. So we must adhere to the rules and regulations given by Gurudeva to perform the bhajan. Because if we do not perform our Hari bhajan properly as per the instructions of Gurudev, we will not be benefited. So we should always request Gurudev to help us, and he is always ready to help us. Because when he is here, he is helping us. Now Gurudeva is in Golok at his service, and he is still helping us, is still ready to help us. But if we follow the rules and regulations, then we will be benefited. It is the spiritual qualification to describe the pastimes of Krishna that makes one the most high class Kirtaniya. And everybody knows whenever Guruji will start the Sankirtan procession, Guruji will sing Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jive Daya Kari Kore. And that aesthetic mood where the qualities of a Vaishnava, sattvic qualities, will appear on his face, on his body, and he was absorbed in a static mode. So this indicates us that he is not a personality of this planet, but he is a personality of the Goloka, which has descended here to deliver us benefit and to give us the direction how to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra, how to perform bhajan, and how to reach the Golok Dham. He never thought for his comforts anywhere, in spite of regular and morning, evening programs. He was visiting the other places, other temples, and always instructing people to perform kirtan and to hear to the Hari Katha. Or I pray and also I offer my Danda Pranam to all the devotees who are listening to the Hari Krishna.
Dandavat Pranam Prabhuji, Hare Krishna. Thanks a lot for such nice inspirational instructions and teachings of Srila Gurudev sharing with us. So, Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Now we request Madan Gopal Prabhu from Slovenia to speak some, share some interactions with Gurudev and glories. Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namayom Vishnu Padaya Shri Gaura Priyamurtaye Shrimate Bhakti Vallabha Tirtha Goswami Namine Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. I was very happy now to hear Srila Sudarshan Das Prabhu, how perfectly he was describing Gurudev's glories. It shows he's really surrendered to Gurudev. I observed him in Slovenia also. So all the qualities and everything descended to him. So I'm very sorry that he already finished so quickly. It was very beautiful how he spoke. In between, he said that Gurudev was doing everything about this train station. So I remembered in 2001, Srila Gurudev was to travel from Slovenia by flight to Moscow. So on our airport here, I was with Gurudev sitting and he was speaking some Harikatha. Then, and Vishnu Maharaj and other Anantaram Prabhu Shrikanta, they were for luggage, checking in and everything. So in between, one time Vishnu Maharaj came and spoke something to the ear of Gurudev. I didn't know what. And Gurudev just nodded. Then Vishnu Maharaj went away. And then Guru Maharaj speaking, Harikatha was speaking. Then later I came to know that the guy on the check-in, that he was very like in not good mood, and they were little overweight together because some devotees, they gave donation like also some vegetables, potato, cabbage, and like this. So that person was telling, no, you cannot go on plane, you are overweight, and even if you pay, you cannot go, it is not possible. And they try to explain everything. No, we are monks, they are giving to us, how we can reject? And they explained, but he was not ready to listen to anything. He rejected them summarily. So Vishnu Maharaj became little disturbed what we should do now. So he came to tell to Gurudev, there is some difficulty there in check-in, and Gurudev nodded. So later on, what happened? By the grace of Guru Maharaj, Vishnu Maharaj got this idea, okay, then let us take out this potato and cabbage there in front. And when they were doing, that person on the check-in, his heart melted totally melted, and he almost like crying. And he said, no, yes, you may go. You no need to pay. How much you want to take kilos? Don't worry. You take everything. You just go like this. So it happened like this by the grace of Gurudev. So it's very astonishing. Everything about Gurudev is very astonishing. So I don't know where to start. There are so many things to say. But yesterday I was thinking, generally when I'm speaking, I'm always emphasizing on how Gurudev always was by his own example teaching about bhajan and how he guided and like this. But also I experienced in my case this compassion of Gurudev, how he was compassionate even for these normal like physical things. Like one time in Chandigarh, Gurudev was repeatedly asking me, you have any difficulty? Then I said, no, any difficulty. No, you have any difficulty? Like asking repeatedly. Then I had to think. Then I said, sometimes little constipation, I said. Then wait, Gurudev said, wait. And he went to his room and he brought out one Ayurvedic like box with some powder inside. It was his own, what he was using, half empty, half used. And he said, take this. Then I took that and I was amazed how, means he wanted me to express, and he was so much ready to help, even in this sense. And also one time I became little sick in Delhi, and he said, you should take a bath with hot water. And one time also in Delhi, Tatpar Maharaj got some high fever, and then one day I also got some high fever. So Gurudev was very worried, and I went to doctor. I got some medicine and it was like better. And when we took darshan in the evening, Gurudev said, come here. And Gurudev took from his own bag, he took some homeopathic medicine out, which he was using. And he told me, you take this. This will help for fever. But you should take it 1 hour after you take that allopathic medicine. And he was very, very eager to help. So, and also in Calcutta, because we came from Assam, and there was some cold weather, so I got cough and like this. So in Calcutta, and I went to one doctor and I got some allopathic medicine, antibiotic like that I was taking. But again, Gurudev at Darshan, he told to Boshuda, she was standing by. So he told her he should get some proper medicine. And that time she came to know there is some Ayurvedic doctor there near. So we went there, and that medicine really, I was fully cured and everything was fine. And Gurudev also himself, he told me, you should not only see allopathic doctors, you should see homeopathic, Ayurvedic also, and regulated life. And like this, he was telling me. And also in Calcutta, I came and it was winter time. So I had one sweater, woolen. So Gurudev saw me and he came and with his hand was touching my sweater. Oh, good quality. Okay, good quality. And he went satisfied. Then when it became a little warmer, it was like normal becoming. So I came without socks down to where Gurudev was watering Tulsi and like this. So he saw me. Where are your socks? I said, I'm not wearing because now it is becoming, no, you should wear socks. You should wear. So like this, how with such love and compassion, he was even taking care of this. Of course, there are so many spiritual instructions he gave, and always teaching by his own example, never like ordering, but by his own example. And also I remembered now when Sudarshan Prabhu was speaking, Gurudev always felt this Emona Durmati Sangsara Vitore song is applicable to me, because my Gurudev came to my own village, Gwalpara, and there I could know about my eternal welfare, Mahaprabhu and everything. But in my case, I feel this song, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jiva Kori, is very applicable. Because I was in Slovenia and I was reading the books of Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj and hearing some tape recordings. So I liked very much, and I had this desire in my heart. I want to meet such a person from whom I could hear about Krishna like he's speaking. So really, by some arrangements, I could meet Gurudev after 2 months from that. And that my travel was long and some difficulties and like this. So I was very tired and also complaining mood about this. But when I first took darshan of Gurudev, he was very shining, like golden shining and so beautiful, not of this world, beauty, out of this world. Never I saw anything like that. So then I bow down, and Gurudev, first he asked me, being omniscient, he said, how was your travel? Because he felt that I was a little disturbed. So how was your travel? Then I said, oh, very long, for 3 days, I'm already traveling. 3 days? Okay, not 3 days, but very long. Then Guru said, everything depends upon the will of Supreme Lord Shri Krishna. Then when I heard this from Gurudev, that time, first time in my life, I felt he really knows him. I heard about Krishna many times before. I was also chanting sometimes, but now it was totally different. I felt Gurudev really personally knows Krishna. And also at the same time, all my that complaining mood and everything vanished in a moment, and all fatigue and everything, all difficult, everything in a moment vanished, and I felt some bliss coming from inside. I was fully peaceful and happy and everything. Then Gurudev also gave me apples like this. Then I saw Gurudev, how he was doing actually for Krishna everything. Kirtan, even how he's taking prasad, everything was for Krishna. I saw. Everything was perfect about him. I was fully attracted. So one time I was asking, that time also by Gurudev's causeless mercy, I could get Harinam from Gurudev. So later on, many years after, I asked one question to Gurudev, and with little discouragement and like this. So then Gurudev started to explain this song, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Jibe Daya Kari Saparshat Seda. He said, you are very fortunate. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in this world in Navadip Dham, Mayapur Dham. So you could come there. You could come there, and also Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave order to his personal associates that this should be given to all. So you are so fortunate, you got Harinam, that has got special significance. You have to chant this. So that time I felt Gurudev directly revealing that actually he's a personal associate of Mahaprabhu coming and he's gracing me. I'm so fortunate, why I should be discouraged? Like in this way I felt by Gurudev's grace. So I think that song is applicable to me. And also one time when we were going by train, then I asked Gurudev that this is true, that when someone gets sadhana siddhi, means doing sadhana and gets perfection, then he has no fear. Then Gurudev did not speak with word, but just like taking the position and looking around, like as if he was searching, is there any fear? Like that? And he looked at me, no, there is no fear. So then I felt that. So another one, in short, I will tell if there is time, how Gurudev is compassionate, it is beyond imagination. Usually Gurudev wanted me to come for Kartik. He said there are more programs like this. So every year I was coming. But in 2007, there was the first time organized Vyasa Puja in Gwalpara. I was never in Gwalpara before, so I had the desire. But if I will go to Gwalpara and Mayapur, then I cannot come for Kartik because I was employed job. So I asked Gurudev what I have desire to come, and he said, yes, you come, Mayapur and Gwalpara. So I took leave from my job and also some more days unpaid. So I went there, Gwalpara, and there Gurudev also, such astonishing grace, I cannot say that another time I can say. So, and then I stayed in India for like less than 3 months, little less. So again, when we were going by train from Chandigarh to Delhi, Gurudev asked me, when you will come next time? Then I said, I was thinking next year will be Brajamandal Parikrama Kartik. So I said, next year Kartik Brajamandal. Then Gurudev said, no, this year you have to come. Then I said, Gurudev, it is not possible because I'm there in job and already I took leave. It is not possible. No, you tell your mother, she was my employee, you tell her that I want that you should come, but I want to take her permission. So like this Gurudev said. So I went home and my mother agreed. She's also a disciple. But when the Kartik was approaching, some more work came to our company, and my brother and father, they were telling, no, you cannot go. We need you here. And my mother was also in dilemma what to do. And she also started to lean in that direction that I cannot go for Kartik. But I was disturbed. Gurudev said, I have to go. So then I that time our Vishnu Maharaj had mobile, so I wanted to consult with him what to do. So I called Vishnu Maharaj, didn't know where he was. So I told him, Maharaj, this is happening. Then he said, okay, then you try to come at least for second half of Kartik, 14 days, you try. While he was telling me this, and already I said, yes, maybe I can try. Then all of a sudden, Vishnu Maharaj said, Gurudev wants to speak with you. Then he gave the phone to Gurudev, and Gurudev asking, what is the matter? I said, this is the matter, you told. Then Gurudev again said strongly, no, you have to come for a full month. You explain to your mother and to your father that if you will come for the service of Krishna, it is like watering at the root of a tree. There will, all tree will be nourished, everything. There will be no problem for company, nothing. You explain to them and you come. So I explained, my mother accepted. Father, after some time, and some other arrangement, someone was substituting me, and she was working better than me that time. So I thought how Gurudev is merciful. And then that year also there was some problem with flights and all this. So after much some difficulties, finally we could reach in Delhi. And that time the Sevaks told, today Guru Maharaj will speak Harikatha in the meeting hall, so don't take darshan now, in the evening you will take. So I said, okay. I was a little disappointed, but I said, okay. So then we were sitting in the hall, and Gurudev came and sat in the chair, and he saw me. And he was so happy, shining and so happy, like a mother seeing her lost child after a long time and finally getting back. And he was so happy. And because he was sitting in chair and I was in audience there, but from his chair, he was like caressing me like this with the hand. And I could physically, I could feel that. It is amazing, but it is true. I cannot say otherwise. I could feel that. And Gurudev was so happy and doing like this. And after some time, I could not actually bear so much love. He gave some block came in my heart. Then Gurudev also understood and he stopped. So later on, Vishnu Maharaj told me that I was in Calcutta that time and I was speaking with you on the phone. I was telling you all those things. Suddenly, Gurudev came by. I don't know, but he came by and he asked me, with whom you were speaking? With Madan Gopal. You give me phone. I will speak with him. So like this. So how amazing, astonishing. So here, I want to stop. There is unlimited, this topic is unlimited. Some other time I can share more. But today, I took more time. Please forgive me. Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Thanks, Madan Gopal Prabhuji, for sharing such nice pastimes of Srila Gurudev. It was so nice to hear from you. Vancha kalpatarubhascha kripa sindhubhyo patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Now we would like to request Krishna Govind Prabhuji from South Africa to please speak.
Hare Krishna. Panchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhayeva Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Om Jnana Timirandasya Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share a little bit of my experience meeting Srila Gurudev. I am from South Africa and I didn't know anything about Srila Gurudev, and I had gone with some godparents who are disciples of Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and from some good fortune, I was able to meet Srila Gurudev in Delhi. I had been in Krishna consciousness from a young age, in ISKCON, in Gurukul, in Mayapur. But I had not met anyone who touched my heart. And when I met Srila Gurudev, he was beyond my comprehension of how sweet and how merciful someone could be. And Guru Maharaj, I was actually just a young character with my aunts who were senior, and they were speaking to Guru Maharaj, but he kept looking at me and smiling. And his smile and his look shook something in my heart. And I became entranced sitting in front of Gurudev. And in this way, I felt that Gurudev kept talking to me, and he was asking me, what am I doing here? And I said, I am just passing through. And he said, oh, on a spiritual journey, it is always good to have a guide. And in that moment, I felt that Gurudev was offering me his hand and his guidance. And this conversation went on for a while, and I was feeling embarrassed because he was not paying so much attention to my godparents who were asking him something, and he was talking to me. So I kept looking away from Guru Maharaj, even though I couldn't stop looking into his face, and there were some tears coming to me, and my heart was melting, and I didn't know what was really taking place. But at the end of this meeting, my aunt said, if there's anything you'd like to ask, now is the time. And when I spoke, I realized this whole conversation I had with Guru Maharaj, I didn't speak with words. He was reading my heart. He was speaking both physically, externally, and internally. And I was responding, but without words. And he continued to speak to me like this. So like this was my first meeting with Srila Gurudev, and I became captivated totally. When I left my darshan with Gurudev, my heart was melted, and I didn't know. My ego was thinking, what is going on? How am I connecting with this personality? And I felt like it was on a much deeper level, that my spirit soul was being embraced by Guru Maharaj. And I knew that at this opportunity, I could not let it pass. And I asked Gurudev that same day if he would consider giving me initiation. And I took initiation in 2008, Harinam. And since then, I didn't have much association with Guru Maharaj. I did go to Gwalpara when Guru Maharaj was performing his sickness pastimes. And at that time, Guru Maharaj was no longer talking. But it was quite difficult for me to feel like I was there, but I couldn't really talk with Guru Maharaj physically. But Guru Maharaj was always guiding me, always so sweet. Just the glance from him, even when he was quite physically like in an ill state, physically pastime. His energy, his guidance was just a glance, just a glance he could give me, and that was food for my bhakti. So I don't want to take too much time. I know I'm a bit short, but Guru Maharaj is so exalted and I have no qualification to really describe his qualities. But I feel so blessed to have met the Vaishnavas and to even Madan Gopal Prabhu was there when I met Guru Maharaj, and he also gave me a lot of guidance. And so I just want to thank everyone and offer my Dandavat Pranams. Jai Gurudev, Jai Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha.
Hare
Dandavat Pranams.
Krishna. Dandat Pranam Prabhuji. Thanks a lot for sharing such nice things about Gurudev. So, Vanchagal Patarovescha Kripa Sindhuvecha Patidanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Thank you, Prabhuji. So now we would like to request Srila Sripad Ras Bihari Prabhuji from Jammu to please speak and share about Gurudev with us. Hare Krishna Prabhuji, yes.
जय श्री श्री गुरु ग्रांग गंधर्विका गिरधारी जी की जय। जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तरशत जगत गुरु श्रीला भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज जी की जय। जय जगत गुरु श्रीला भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज जी की जय। जय जगत गुरु श्रीला भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी महाराज जी की जय। Our Guru Maharaj, His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, whose glorification all of you all over the world are hearing from the lotus lips of Vaishnavas. This is the essence of our devotional spiritual life, because Guru Maharaj always encouraged us to do glorification of Vaishnavas, especially on their Vyas Puja appearance day. 4 years have gone by. In 2017, we celebrated Ram Navami Vyas Puja in Calcutta when Guru Maharaj was present. And now we are doing it in the 4th year. And 2024, his centennial 100th birth anniversary will be celebrated. I just pray to him that I get chance to glorify him again and again. Whenever I got opportunity to be with Gurudev as his servant on his tours all over India, all over world, I never had aptitude to speak myself. I only interested in hearing from Guru Maharaj. That became my lifeline. But in USA, in Honolulu, Hawaii, in the year 1998, in the month of February, we were staying at the home of Mr. Kapoor from India, who was living in Honolulu. Guru Maharaj called me and he said, tomorrow is the appearance Vyas Puja of Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur. So he instructed me that I must speak tomorrow. So I could not muster courage and I was in anxiety. But somehow I did. And after that, all my hesitation, shyness went away. And I don't know, by the causeless mercy of Guru Maharaj, I got opportunity to glorify Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan. So we started this Vyas Puja on 21st of this month, and we had a Zoom meeting where many senior acharyas spoke, and I think you missed our Param Pujapad, Shri Srimad Bhakti Prapanna Tirth Maharaj of Shri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, who is in Kalinagar in Navdeep right now. So while he was speaking, he said, the best contribution of His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Goswami Maharaj is his disciples. So he credited all the disciples, including you, with this such a great statement that the best contribution of our Guru Maharaj is his disciples all over the world. And he praised all the disciples so much. And then he said, when Srila Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj was told by our Param Guru Dev, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, that he has decided that next Acharya will be our Guru Dev. So Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj replied, there is no doubt about it. He is born Acharya. He has all the qualities of Acharyas spontaneously in him. And he credited Gurudev writing, especially Gaur Parshadavali, as his literary contribution to the world, because Srila Sridhar Dev Goswami Maharaj used to say that Srila Prabhupada's desire was to publish Gaur Parshadavali. And this desire was fulfilled by our Guru Maharaj. And also, Param Gurudev wanted the birthplace of Srila Prabhupada in Jagannath Puri to be rescued and to be made a big temple. So all this very challenging task was given to our Guru Maharaj, who spent 10 years in executing this job. And we cannot even think about the kind of struggle he has gone through while dealing with so many challenges in rescuing that birthplace of Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur in Jagannath Puri. So our Gurudev's contribution are infinite, we cannot even imagine. But when we hear from other senior acharyas, sannyasis, Vaishnavas, then we realize that we have failed to understand our Gurudev ourselves. The most important part of speaking about Gurudeva is when we say he is the best, he is the most exalted, he is most elevated, he is transcendental, the topmost, and he is most auspicious. And we are very fortunate that he gave his causeless mercy to us by rescuing us and giving his lotus feet shelter. Now, the most important part of Gurudev's teaching is that is given in 11th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. It's 11th chapter of 11th canto, 18th shlok. Whatever we do in the service in devotional life, if the aim is opposed to pleasing the Lord, then everything is futile. So in the same way, whatever we do in the Vyas Puja, glorification of Gurudev, if the aim is to please Gurudev, only then it will be successful. Because the power of speech is useless if it is not engaged in the glorification of Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan. And blessed are those who get this opportunity to speak about Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan. The most important part of the qualities of Guru Maharaj, I can say that he will not leave any opportunity to glorify Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan. And he always said, Parasparanu Kathanam Pavanam Bhagavad Yasha. This is also Bhagavad 11th canto, 3rd chapter, 30th shlok, that all the disciples, all the devotees should sit together and glorify Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan with love, with satisfaction, and without any envy, without any dvesha. Because if we have dvesha, we will have aptitude to commit offense at the lotus feet of Vaishnavas, and that is the cause of fall, adhapatana. So Uddhav also says to Supreme Lord Krishna, I'm not worried about crossing this ocean of birth and death. That I will do by simply hearing and speaking about your Naam, Roop, Gun, Leela, Parikar, Dham, your name, your pastimes, your Dhama, your abode, your associates. I'm not worried about that, because that is the power of having the association of such an extraordinary bona fide spiritual master. Because here also the most rare thing is Durlabho Vaikuntha Priya Darshanam. Pure devotees association is rarest of rare opportunity in this world. And when physically we are not able to have their darshan, their glories make us feel their presence. That is, he is present even today in his teachings, in his books, and in the form of his parivar, his family, his disciples. I remember when we were going to foreign preaching tour for the first time in 1997. So many devotees all over India, they came to see of Gurudev at Delhi airport, and they surrounded Gurudev. They chanted Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev, He Mere Gurudev Karuna, Sindhu Karuna Kijiye. Everyone was crying. Guru Maharaj was going abroad for the first time. And one Mataji, she just told me that you have to take care of Gurudev nicely. You have to ensure his comfort. You have to serve him properly, and you have to bring him back. I was just thinking it's such a big responsibility. But when we return after the tour of US, Singapore, other places, the same Mataji received Guru Maharaj at Delhi airport, and she came to me and she put her both hands on my head. She blessed me. She said, thanks, thanks, thanks. So that was actually the attachment of devotees with Guru Maharaj. I mean, what was so special in Gurudev that he attracted everyone. As our Vidyapati Prabhu from Australia, he says, our Gurudev is more than a trillionaire. I cannot pay him back, but I will say our Guru Maharaj was manifestation of Lord Nityananda in this time. Nityananda, compassion manifestation. When Guru Maharaj will chant Akrodho Paramananda Nityananda Rai, we could feel it. We could realize that he's non-different from the compassion of Nityananda. Vancha kalpataru bhasya kripa sindhu bhaivacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah.
Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam Prabhuji. Thanks for sharing such nice teachings and pastimes of Srila Gurudev with us. We know that you are an ocean of you have ocean of incidents with Srila Gurudev and his instructions, but we apologize for the shortage of time. We have so many devotees. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha
My
patitanam
Pranam
pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo
for
namo namah.
allowing me. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. So now we request Rukmini Didi from USA to please speak.
Thank you. Dhanavad Pranam. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Chakshurunmilitan Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhubhyeva Chapatitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Granthe Rarumbe Kori Mangalacharan Guru Vaishnav Bhagavan Tiner Smaran. Tiner Smarane Hoy Bignu Binashan Anayashe Hoy Nijavan Chitapuran. So, it is impossible for me to glorify Srila Gurudev since he is a transcendental personality and I'm a conditioned soul, and so he is beyond the reach of my, what to speak of my speech, of my mind and intelligence. However, since he is so, out of his causeless mercy, he gave me shelter as his disciple, it is my duty to attempt to glorify him in order to purify myself. So, since as one cannot offer anything to the Ganga except herself, so one offers the Ganga to herself. So I wanted to start by including some of the words of Srila Gurudev himself in order to try to establish his glories, and I would also comment a little bit about some of them. So this is from The Path of Pure Devotion, which is one of his English books. And first I'll read a little passage from one of the chapters or articles, which is called The Medicine for Material Distress. So Srila Gurudev writes, quote, "As long as we are not dead, and also at the time of death, there is distress. This is the material disease, or bhavavyadhi. To receive the treatment for this disease, we have to approach a doctor, a sadhu or guru. If we take the medicines and proper diet as prescribed by him, we will certainly get rid of the above diseases. But the problem is, quote, to which guru should we surrender? Unquote. There are many gurus. In this regard, Lord Shiva says to Parvati, Guruvo Bhava Santi शिष्यवित्तापहारकः दुर्लभः Sadgururdevi Shishya Santapaharakah. And this statement appears in Kularnava Tantra, chapter 13, text 108. The translation is, one can find many gurus who can take away the wealth of their disciples, but there are only very few who can remove the miseries of their disciples. So I'll pause from the book there and mention that this verse is quoted by many acharyas, and yet there are also many gurus who don't quote this verse, and perhaps many of them don't even know the verse. It's from Kularnava Tantra. However, it's also, one can conceive of another reason for not quoting this verse, which is that one has to be sure that one isn't the kind of guru who wants to take away the wealth of their disciples, but the one who wants to remove the miseries of their disciples. And Srila Gurudev is that kind of guru, and was always very straightforward and forthright, and so just one example of this, as some of you may know or may not know, that I grew up in the United States. I live in the United States. And so I personally always found it somewhat difficult to give money to Srila Gurudev or his mat, as in it was practically difficult. Like I couldn't. It was a lot of trouble to actually do it, and I found that, so it was not just a theory that Srila Gurudev spoke or wrote in books, but it was a practical reality that he was not interested in taking away the wealth of his disciples. And I've also heard from other disciples that on several occasions he would try to give money to his disciples. For instance, if they needed money for their medical care, or they were in straitened circumstances, or for their safe travel and so forth, that he was completely the opposite. He was always trying to take care of his disciples and their needs. Although, of course, he would say that he was not an expert in money, and he would not say that I'm going to advise you about how to become wealthy. In fact, he would say that you should not come to me for such a thing. That I am repeating the spiritual teachings, and this is the highest goal of life. So Srila Gurudev was the embodiment of the latter part of the verse, Shishya Santapaharaka, those who can remove the miseries of their disciples. And he was the expert doctor, the sadhu or guru. So the verse that we recite to Guru, Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilita Jnana Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. In this verse, it says that Srila Gurudev opens my darkened eyes and fills my heart with transcendental knowledge. He anoints my eyes with the salve of love, the salve of transcendental knowledge. And the instrument that he uses to do this ointment is Jnananjana Shalaka, the stick. There's a kind of a stick which is used in Ayurvedic medicine to cure medical ailments of the eye. And so one can use it to apply ointment to the eye, and in some illustration that I found, one can actually use it to almost, it's like a surgical instrument on the eye. So the kind of guru that you want is someone who you would trust to be poking a stick in your eye. That's what is necessary in order to cure your material disease. or at least my material disease, which is that I have only material vision, and therefore I see things in material terms with my material senses. So this, just as Sri Krishna in Bhagavad Gita chapter 11, he had to give Arjuna Divya Chakshu, the divine eyes, in order for Arjuna to be able to see the divine form, even though Sri Krishna himself was standing in front of Arjuna and had been standing in front of him for many years at that point. Still, he gave Arjuna the divine eyes, and this is the function of Guru, or one of the functions, that he gives the disciple divine eyes. So with that, I will go to the next bit that I'm reading from the Path of Pure Devotion. So this is the chapter Sadguru and Diksha. Quote, "The words initiation in the West and Diksha in India are not synonymous. These words do not completely express the same meaning. India's spiritual characteristics and cultures are intrinsically different from the cultures prevalent in other countries of this world. Very often, Indians face difficulties in finding the appropriate words to express their thoughts in other languages. This is due to the prevalence of the materialistic way of thinking predominating countries outside India. Even after about 60 years of independence, we are to face dominance of the Western culture in India, and day by day the influence of that foreign culture is increasing. To understand the implication of spiritual thought peculiar to India, it seems necessary to introduce some new words to the Western languages. As per the Oxford English Dictionary, initiation means, quote, admitting or introducing somebody to membership of a group, etc., often by means of a special ceremony, e.g., initiate somebody into a religious sect, secret society, etc., unquote. By superficially examining the meaning of the word initiation, it appears to be on par with Diksha by its mention of the words group, religious sect, and secret society. The real definition of Diksha, however, is given in Hari Bhakti Vilas, referring to evidence from Vishnu Yamal Tantra. Divyang Jnanan Yato Dadyat Kuryat Papasya Sankshayam Tasmad Diksheti Sa Prokta Deshikais Tatvako Vidaich. The procedure by which self-effulgent knowledge, divine knowledge, is conferred eradicates the cause of all sins, and because of that, it is stated as Diksha by the wise who have realized the divinity. The knowledge received, so that's the end of the translation of that text from Vishnu Yamal. Srila Gurudev continues, the knowledge received at the time of Diksha is divine and self-effulgent, which indicates that self-effulgent knowledge descends through the bona fide preceptorial channel from the Supreme Lord. Sin is the cause of sufferings. The cause of sin is the desire for committing sin. Misconception of self is the cause of the desire for committing sin. Nescience is the cause of misconception of self, and aversion to absolute knowledge is the cause of nescience. So the root cause of sin is aversion to Sri Krishna, who is all existence, all knowledge, and all bliss. This divine knowledge only can be imparted by a bona fide guru, the absolute counterpart and grace incarnate form of Supreme Lord. So I'll just say in passing that Srila Gurudev used to use this phrase many times, so I'll just repeat it about the bona fide guru, the absolute counterpart and grace incarnate form of Supreme Lord. And he would tell us straightforwardly what guru should be, and at the same time, he would always say that he is never guru, that he would always refer us to Param Gurudev as guru. So because he was never considering himself as guru, therefore he could very forthrightly tell us what is guru. But of course for us, he is that person. He is the absolute counterpart and grace incarnate form of Supreme Lord. So continuing with Srila Gurudev's writing, this implication of Diksha is not mentioned in the meaning of the word initiation. Divine knowledge descends to a completely surrendered soul through revelation. One who has got realization of the Supreme Lord can impart that self-effulgent knowledge to others also, provided the aspirant has complete submission to the Lord and his absolute counterpart, Shri Guru. The conditioned souls of the world are not eligible to impart or get that transcendental divine knowledge. The initiating Guru must have two qualifications, as mentioned in Mundaka Shruti. One, and Mundaka Shruti refers to Mundaka Upanishad. One, Shrotriyam, being well versed in Shruti Shastras, the Vedas, and other allied scriptures. Another interpretation of Shrotriyam is blessed by the descent of the divine knowledge through preceptorial channel. And two, Brahmanishtam, he must have realization of divinity. Only academic or theoretical knowledge is not sufficient. He must have practical realization also. So I'll just pause and describe how Srila Gurudev himself, of course, is the personification of these two qualities. So first he mentioned Shrotriyam, and he mentioned two meanings of Shrotriyam: being well versed in Shruti Shastras, the Vedas, and other allied scriptures. And of course, Srila Gurudev was well versed in all of these scriptures, and we can see that from his talks and his writings. So just for two examples, we know the wonderful books, the Dashavatar book, where Srila Gurudev has brought in so many scriptures. Two or three examples: there's Puranik Charitavali, and also there is the Gaur Parshad Charitavali, which has been translated into English as Sri Chaitanya, His Life and Associates. And if we go through these books carefully, we see how Srila Gurudev has brought in so many scriptures and put them together so nicely and so clearly, has set them forth for us. So he's well versed in Shruti Shastras, the Vedas, and other allied scriptures. And he studied philosophy, and he got a master's in college. So not only that, he's even versed in other writings, that gave him the authority to say what he said at the beginning, that the thought of India is different from the thoughts of other parts of the world. And then Brahmanishtan, he must have realization of divinity. So I'm sure all of you hearing have heard many times, and just for my purification, I'll repeat. And Srila Bhakti Prapanna Tirtha Maharaj, in the Zoom call on the Tithi of Srila Gurudev's Vyasa Puja, also repeated that Srila Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, had told to all of us that our Gurudev is not an ordinary person. He is a direct associate of Nayanamani Manjari. He himself is a Manjari serving directly under her in the eternal pastimes, Golokadham, who has mercifully come to us. So then we see how applies this last sentence that Srila Gurudev was saying about the Guru. Brahmanishtan, he must have realization of divinity. Only academic or theoretical knowledge is not sufficient. He must have practical realization also. And not only do we understand that Srila Gurudev had this practical realization by understanding that he is Sadguru and this is the quality of Sadguru, or hearing from great Vaishnavas such as Srila Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, who, even though he was in the senior generation, he was Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's disciple. He said such great praise of Srila Gurudev. Even such lowly person as myself, who is completely fallen and conditioned, in the presence of Srila Gurudev, we could understand that he had this practical realization, because when he was describing the eternal pastimes of the Lord, we could see that he was not just describing something that he had heard. We could see that he was describing something that he himself was in direct contact with, was directly experiencing. And we could just see the glimmer in his eyes when he was talking about Shri Krishna and the personality of Shri Krishna. And we could see that that was from not only from love in separation, but also from love in union, that he had direct experience of that love of Sri Krishna and of the transcendental personality and pastimes of Sri Krishna. So, continuing with Srila Gurudev's writing, there are two kinds of guru. One, a so-called guru who merely initiates people to get worldly benefits for himself and his disciples. And two, a bona fide guru who does not think himself as guru while giving the mantra to disciples. Outwardly, it is seen that somebody is giving the mantra and instructions and that some recipients are taking that mantra for worship of God. But actually, a real guru never makes disciples with the ego of being guru. He always serves his object of worship. Krishna is highly satisfied if those conditioned souls who are averse to him accept rules and regulations to serve him. This kind of showing the actual path of eternal welfare to the aspirants or votaries is the greatest service to Krishna. Some outside person may think by seeing the ceremony that one is giving mantra as guru and the other is taking that mantra as a disciple, but that is merely an external conception. Wherever they may stay, the ultimate goal of the true eternal servants of Krishna is to serve Krishna and his devotees without any other ulterior motives. There is a gulf of difference between a bona fide guru and a pseudo-guru. One is serving Krishna, and his target is to satiate Krishna, while the other is only out to get mundane, non-eternal benefits. And so I want to say that, for myself, that I'm extremely incomparably blessed by completely causeless good fortune to have such a bona fide guru in Srila Gurudev. And I could continue with this, his writings. Of course, we can read his writings to no end. That it is enough for our entire lifetime and many lifetimes. But something that Rasbihari Prabhu alluded to, brings to mind something that I wanted to say before ending, which is that Srila Gurudev's centennial of his appearance anniversary is coming up in 2024. And as many of you may know, that the centennial of Pujapad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj just took place this past February. And so for that centennial, I'll put the website that they made. I'll put that in the chat. For that centennial, they worked for years in advance on many centennial initiatives. So if you go to that website and then you click Centennial Initiatives, you can see the projects that they made that took years in the making that culminated in those centennial offerings. So now we have 3 years, so it is time for us to think of what do we want to make as our offerings on that centennial of our Gurudev. And so these initiatives can give us some idea, and then we can also come up with other ideas for the glorification and service of Srila Gurudev. And so I pray at his lotus feet that I can, and at the lotus feet of all of you, that I can, please forgive any offenses that I have committed knowingly or unknowingly, and enable me to do his seva. Vanchakalpatrubhishcha kripasindubhaya vachapatitanang pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo.
Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam. Thanks Rukmini Didi for sharing such nice instructions of Srila Gurudev. So now we request Rukmini Didi from France to please speak.
Krishna, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Didi, we can hear you. Please, can you be a bit more louder?
Okay, is this better? Now it's okay, you can hear me nicely?
Sorry, it is still not that much audible. If you can use an earphone.
I don't have earphones.
No, the sound is very low actually. It is clear, but it's low.
Yes, I don't know how to make it louder.
Okay, it is better like when you put it near you.
Okay, okay. So, Hare Krishna.
Just
Um,
try.
Try what?
Yeah, sorry, please try using if you have any hands free or something.
Yeah, I no, we don't have any. I have
Okay, fine, no
nothing for
issues. Please continue.
technological means. Sorry. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So first, I would like everyone to forgive me because I've been so inspired by what I've been able to hear. I find I have so much admiration for Srila Gurudev's disciples and how they're able to glorify him so powerfully and really capture his mood. Yes, I feel very touched by that, and I feel very small and unable to come up to that level. So I will do my best. I don't have so much knowledge of the scriptures and yes, so I will mostly um, say what I remember of Srila Gurudev and what inspires me about his disciples around. I find it very difficult to know where to start because Srila Gurudev is such a perfect example of all the qualities that any Vaishnav, any great devotee of the Lord can have. And many that I know, but many that I don't know of. And I find that many of those qualities have also come off on his disciples. I'm very admirative of how my God brothers and sisters are so representative of Srila Gurudev. And in that sense, I really feel his presence. I really feel that he's still with us through all these teachings, of course, and through the example that he left, but through his disciples also, and how they are so much following his example. The first thing that I will always remember, just that first time that I met Srila Gurudev, was in France when he was coming. One friend of Vishwambar Prabhu, when Srila Gurudev came to France the first time, he stayed in Vishwambar Prabhu's house in the south of France. And this devotee told me, oh, one sadhu is coming, one sannyasi is coming. If you want to come by and pay your respects, because he's preaching, he's going everywhere preaching. So maybe it's nice if you come by. This devotee, when he told me like this, I was picturing some younger sannyasi, maybe someone who travels alone and yes, maybe still like, I think in my mind it was like some young sannyasi, maybe still learning also, you know, in between just having taken sannyas, I don't know. Anyway, so I went because I was so happy that someone is coming and will speak some Harikatha and there will be kirtans. So I was all happy to go and expecting something actually completely different from what I saw. We were waiting for Srila Gurudev and he arrived and we were all there to welcome him. And he came out of the car. And as soon as he came out of the car, he looked at everybody with such kindness and sweetness. And he was so effulgent and brilliant with I don't even have the words. It was like, he was just radiant. And he approached the devotees and with his hands folded. And to everyone, he just said, thank you for giving me your association. Thank you for welcoming me here. But really in the mood of that he was so lucky to have all these devotees association. And when I saw that, I was like, it was like someone hit me on the head with a stick. I remember I thought, this is someone special. This is not an ordinary person. And yes, I think that was the first time I saw someone arrive that way, like in such a humble and grateful posture. It was a wonderful festival. Every day more and more devotees were coming, and the devotees were so happy to just listen to Srila Gurudev. I could feel there was a special mood in that gathering. Everybody was surprised and amazed. The Harikatha was at the same time powerful and fascinating. There was no wandering of the mind, wandering off somewhere or thinking about something else. He really had everyone's attention, and yet everything so understandable for us, at least for me, because sometimes when it gets very high level and sometimes my mind can just kind of wander off. But he really knew how to keep the attention. And he was staying in such a simple setting. His room was basically in the living room of this devotee's house. And they had set up two clothes there, two big clothes, like to make
Sheets.
walls. Yes, sheets. And he was staying there just behind. So people walking in and out, discussing and taking prasad, walking, I don't know, just living their life. And so when we were taking prasad, he was behind his cloth in his room. And yet he would come out and see if everybody had enough, if everybody had what they needed. And he always looked so happy and grateful to be there. And I was thinking in my head, this is not normal. The whole world should know about this Vaishnava. The whole world should know who he is. And I felt like he just didn't have enough. Why was he hidden? Why did we not know about him from before? And then I saw one magazine, I think it was one Affectionately Yours, which Vishnu Maharaj and Budhbhavan Prabhu, Sripad Budhbhavan Prabhu had put up on the table. I looked through this Affectionately Yours magazine, and then I saw a picture of Srila Gurudev with a gathering of sannyasis offering arti to him. And then that felt right. That really felt right. I was like, okay, so the devotees know about him. It's just we in France, we don't know about him. And anyway, my heart was sorry. Yes. I just knew how fortunate I was that Guru Maharaj was there. I've heard from other devotees, from Srila Bindu Madhav Prabhu, from Arjuna Prabhu from Holland, and from other devotees. a lot of different glorifications and pastimes, and from what I've heard always is that wherever Srila Gurudev went, what he left behind was always just this amazement of his sweetness and his compassion. And yeah, he came across, like, the few times that I saw him, I didn't see him that many times, but the few times that I saw him, I was able just to witness situations where people were, he was face to face, he came face to face with many very peculiar situations and personalities. And whatever happened, actually, or whatever people would say to him, he was always very straight on the path on the path of Shastra and Guru. Whatever credit came, he would always offer it to his Guru. He would never put himself in the position that, oh, I am your Guru. He would always offer everything, like Rukmini Didi from USA was saying, that really touched my heart, that he would always offer to Param Gurudev whatever would come as credit or offerings from his disciples. And he always left a trace of inspiration and clarity also. This clarity that he had when he would speak. He could be so gentle and sweet with the devotees when meeting them, but when the subject would come to things that are quite touchy, like Vaishnava Parad or Vaishnava behavior, how to behave yourself and following the principles, he was always cutting clear. No doubt, no hesitation, always just straight. Yeah, this is right, this is wrong. And he managed to always do that in a way that was never hurtful to people, say such powerful and cutting things, and yet the persons in front of them would always feel just honored and inspired by whatever he would say and whatever instructions he would give. And yeah, I really pray to all the devotees, all his disciples, all the great devotees who had the good fortune to spend so much time with him, that please give me their mercy, that one day I may be able to follow his instructions. Yes, thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, Dhanavad Pranam Didi. Thanks a lot for sharing about Gurudev. So we would like to request Uddhav Prabhu from Uddhav Prabhu from France to please speak.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you.
Okay, Hare Krishna. So please accept my Dandavad Pranams. Vanshakalpatarubhashta kripa sindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. So I'm very happy to be with you today, with you all. I will try to remember whatever little time I had the fortune to spend with my Srila Gurudev for my purification. As I was mentioning the other day in our little Zoom in France, that the first time I met Srila Gurudev was of course in France, but in next to New Mayapur. So I will not tell again this pastime of Srila Gurudev, but right after, I think the next day, Srila Gurudev came to New Mayapur in the ISKCON farm of France. And at that time, they had this kind of law that devotees or sadhus from other organization, they should not stay too long or should not speak too much and not do kirtan like this. But anyway, Srila Gurudev came very humble, as you all know, and very grateful to be here. It didn't have any tinge of bitterness of maybe not being able to do kirtan or speak. He was just only grateful, and he could really admire what Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada did, and he was glorifying. And then after being in the temple, offering his obeisances to the Thakurjis there, then he had the desire to visit the quarters of Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta, which are right on the first floor of the castle. So all the devotees brought Srila Gurudev there. Then, so he had darshan. There's another murti of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in his room, in his little apartment there. And then, so after having offered again obeisances, then he looked at us and mostly his sevakas then with his very childish, innocent child look. What shall I do? Should we leave? And because he knows, I mean, he always said that we always have to glorify Vaishnavas. So everyone was feeling he wanted to share some memories with that he had with Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So Aristanasana Prabhu, who's a disciple of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, asked Maharaj, please, Maharaj, sit and speak. And then again, he looked with his like childish eyes, can I do it? And then with little mischievous, then he sit down and he started to give Harikatha, very beautiful Harikatha, very powerful. And in this Harikatha, I remember something that really touched me very much. As I said, when he came, although it was not a proper reception, we could say, and there was some restriction and everything, so he didn't have any tinge of bitterness. But even Srila Gurudev went more deep. That I remember he said, he told the story, as you all know, that Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, he came in, I think it was in Vrindavan, I'm not so sure, but he came anyway, and he met Srila Gurudev and asked him told him, oh, we need some Vaishnav like you. I need some Vaishnav like you. Please come with me, if possible, to the West for spreading this Krishna consciousness movement. And Srila Gurudev, he said, yeah, but Swamiji, I'm the secretary of the mat. I have some service here. Maybe you should go speak with my Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj. So then Srila Prabhupada went and they spoke. And anyway, it did not happen, as we all know. And then he said, it was not something just to, of course you know this, but to seem humble or whatever, but he said from really deepest of his heart, that was my offense I did to Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and for this offense, then that's why I'm not allowed to do kirtan or speak or whatever in any of his institution, ashram, like ISKCON. So that really touched me very deeply to hear Vaishnavas speak like this with so much humbleness. So anyway, I followed the tour in France for this year. Then next year I came to India, and I had, although it was a part time of my life that I was taking a little step back of spiritual life, and I was more like trying to enjoy life. And by chance, I arrived in Vrindavan, and I remember this amazing, great, sweet sadhu. I remember the organization is Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya, so I went by chance. I went to his mat on Mathura Road, and it was completely empty. Only I think one Vaishnav there who so I said, I come from France. I met in France this sadhu, and then he told me, oh, you're so lucky because he's actually in Gokul Mahavan, which is very not far away. So then I went there, and there again I could have the darshan of Srila Gurudev. Then next year I came again to France, and I followed the whole tour. It was very beautiful, and I will tell a little, if I have time, a little pastime that happened at the end of this tour in France. But before this, I want to also share one instruction. Actually, since Srila Gurudev left this physical plane, then of course it has been for most of us a big turmoil, because Srila Gurudev was not physically present, and also the situation of the world is quite crazy. And so seeing that although sadhus were coming, although I had the instruction of Srila Gurudev that he gave me, it was very hard for me to stay on track. So by his causeless mercy and through his very dear disciple, then as you might see behind here, Srila Gurudev came to France, to my house, and in a very special mood for me. It's in a mood of chanting japa. And actually one of the strongest instruction I had, or that touched me, or deepest direct instruction of Srila Gurudev, was very simple instruction, but very powerful about japa. It was once in Calcutta. At that time, Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he was Sevaka. I don't remember if already was sannyasi or still brahmachari, I don't remember. Anyway, he was also in the room. Srila Gurudev was here, and I was there. And I opened my heart to Srila Gurudev, saying that I'm a very, very bad japa. Actually, my mind is just going everywhere whenever I try to fix it on the holy name. So what to do? And then he looked at me very deeply and very sweetly, and he told me, just do not fear. You know, he had sometimes this kind of word to encourage and very deep, do not fear. And then he took, you all know this example of the child. He said, you know, a child, it seems that he will never be able to walk. His legs are too weak, and he just cannot stand up for even one moment. He falls down. But we all know that if he has the enthusiasm and every day is trying, always, then we all know that he will walk one day. So it's same for us. We have imbibed this material thought since birth. So it's you cannot do it like this to fix it on the holy name. But if my advice, because Srila Gurudev, I noticed that never he say I order or you have to do this. Always it's like an advice. I advise you. Like, so then if we don't follow, it's not such a big offense. Maybe it was for this that he advised. But anyway, so I advise you that please, every day you chant, every day you chant for the pleasure of Guru, Vaishnava and Krishna, and then someday you will succeed. And at this time, he asked Tamal Krishna one garland, flower garland, Mahaprasad, and then he put on around my neck. And so I could feel some like trembling and something very, very strong. And then again, Srila Gurudev is coming in this japa form. And so since then, I feel it's my duty to improve my connection to the holy name. Also, many times this was not a direct instruction from myself, but I saw few times devotees say, "Oh, Srila Gurudev, what can I do to please you, to serve you? Give me a service." And then always, when I was here, at least he answered, "If you want to please me, just chant properly the holy name." So, and another in Assam, for one of his, we went to the Vyasa Puja in Assam, in Gwalpara, and also in Gwalpara Mat, next there's this little Shiva temple. Then in the Bhajan Kuti also, he told me to assist Bindu Madhav Prabhu to establish Gokul in France. So as you all know, very sadly, our Bindu Madhav Prabhu, he disappeared from this world a few years back. And so I feel now, although I did not very cooperate so much with Bindu Madhav Prabhu, and I ask him forgiveness for this, but now I have this instruction to, and since many years, I'm trying with devotees from the area to develop this Gokul project, and it's very nice, although I'm not very good organizer and not so good whatever speaker. Then I can really feel that all the sadhus from all kinds of organizations, because I I really believe the mood of Srila Gurudev is very open, very non-sectarian, and even the name global organization, it means global for universal, Krishna Chaitanya universal love, so it's really universal. So we invite sadhus from different mats, and every sadhu is so happy to be here, although we are really neophyte, but still I'm sure they feel the presence of Srila Gurudev, and they're also happy to be here. And it's just happening like this, just like we lost, some of you may know, we lost the ashram we had, and then it was little, we had to cross the desert, we can say. But then just a few weeks ago, something happened that we just got a new place, so beautiful, for almost for free, where we can continue and our activities, inviting sadhus, hopefully after the pandemic, but anyway, at least devotees from Europe, they can come. And so it's all this from the mercy of our Srila Gurudev. And although
Jai Gurudev, thank you, Prabhuji. It was such nice sharing, right, coming from your heart, and we could feel it. Thanks for sharing such nice things about Srila Gurudev with us. Thank you, Prabhuji. Dandat
Hare
Pranam.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Dandat Pranam.
Hare Krishna.
So now we would like to request Prem Prabhu, Premchand Prabhu from UK to please switch on his audio and video. Hare Krishna, Prem Prabhu. Hari Bol. Sorry, it seems there is some technical glitch. We are not able to connect with Premchand Prabhu. So, Sundar Gopal Prabhu, do we have Krishnadas Prabhu already in the room to speak?
No. I think we should go with the next party, next devotee, and then when Premchand Prabhu joins.
Sure. So we request Yeah, I think Premchandra Prabhu, he just joined, but only his audio is not working. His video is working. So we'll give him some time to fix the audio. So
Let's see for 1 minute and then...
Okay, sure. Hare Krishna, Premchand Prabhuji. Are you able to hear us? Hare Krishna, Premchand Prabhuji. Okay, so Prabhuji is having some issues with his audio. Might be Prabhuji can rejoin. Until then, we would like to request Vrindavan Das Prabhu from Ukraine to please speak.
Hare Krishna, Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhesha Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vishnavyo Namo Namaha Om Jnanatimirandasya Gnandana Shalaka Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasma Shri Gurave Namaha Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Shtarashata Jalila Pravishtam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Srila Bhaktivedanta Goswami Guru Maharaj Ki Jai Jai Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Deita Madhav Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Jai Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur Prabhupada Ki Jai Shri Guru Varga Ki Jai Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Sorry, Prabhuji, please start your video as well.
I am so insignificant person to look at me, but as Vaishnava Sodar, I can try and fulfill your desire. I hope you can see me.
Oh yes, Prabhuji,
Haribo.
thanks very much.
Sorry, some disorder here. But I'm really happy to see you all. And what can I say about Guru Maharaj? Really little. Just a second. Sorry for this. I was not prepared to start video. In any case, I'm happy to be with you, and hopefully you still remember me. I was quite fortunate to join Guru Maharaj in mid-90s and stayed in Math with him when he was very active in preaching and going across India. So there were so many programs, you cannot imagine it. It was like 5-6 programs a day when we were in Punjab preachings, and Guru Maharaj started the first program at 7 a.m. and then continued till almost midnight. How much energy Krishna gave him for encouraging all devotees and help us to progress. And also he had so much sweetness and caring nature, so much love and affection. You know, to me it happened that I was in ISKCON for more than 5 years at that moment, and I left that movement because I was searching for real Sadguru and came to India because my friends gave me hints that I can find some real sadhu in India. But at that moment was present Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, you know, and many devotees in Russia, they were already disciples of him. But Guru Maharaj had no any disciple. I think at that moment we had only one disciple from US, its former wife of that London devotee. I think Premji, he knows him well. I forgot his name. He was Swami Maharaj disciple. And then I came, and she really took initiation, but after 10 years, she never came. And then I came and I approached Guru Maharaj because he was shining like a sun. And I really was attracted immediately, though I saw other sadhus, including Puri Maharaj and others. But I don't know, I felt like this is my father. And he immediately was embracing and helping in many ways. And I tried to get initiated from him, but he brought me to Puri Maharaj and kept me there and said that I'm not accepting Western devotees, you should take it from Puri Maharaj. I was there with Badain Maharaj and Puri Maharaj for a few weeks, but still I could not feel that this is my place. And I returned back to our mat and again approached Guru Maharaj, but he was still reluctant. Then I tried to work through some other devotees like Bhakti Prasad Puri Maharaj of Vrindavan and Rajendra Mishra Ji Rasa Bihari Prabhu of Jammu, and some other devotees were there. And they're telling Guru Maharaj that he should not refuse. And he took me as his disciple. And very interesting interactions happened. And then I came and stayed long time, almost 5 years with him, till 2002, when he stopped preaching. I was witnessing how he was first going to the West in 1997, and bringing some devotees from US and from Europe, and how I was assigned to help them, introduce them to our mat, and help them during parikramas and so many things, printing some books in English. So it was very happy times, 2002 was really some kind of hard line for us when he stopped going out, and even in India he was very limited and restricted. So those very simple days, I had very free access to him, and as a new devotee, sometimes with strange questions I came to him, and once I approached him and asked Guru Maharaj, you see, I'm around, but I need some special seva, but what you are giving me and waiting for me, please tell me what my seva would be. And Guru Maharaj said, I had given you a seva. Why you are asking about this? I said, what kind of seva? I don't remember. And he said, I gave you a Harinam. This is the primary seva. It's best seva. Why don't you chant? I'm saying, I'm chanting. I'm really, as ISKCON, 16 rounds, minimum. Formerly, now we had a habit there. But Guru Maharaj said, in this manner, how you chant, it will take so many lives for you to reach Krishna. I say, why? You should understand that mood should be proper. And, for Krishna, this time is not very long. But for you, it will take many lives. So you please be careful about chanting, And then when we were during Kartik time, I saw how Guru Maharaj was absorbing in those Ashtakaliya Leelas, and how he was delivering those pastimes of Radha Krishna during 8 periods of times. I was amazed that he's completely absorbed in that. And it's was a period of Braj Mandal Parikrama when we were with him in 1996, and I was alone from West there, and he actually spoke to me alone in English. It was very strange because thousands of Indian devotees, they were objecting. Why Guru Maharaj is speaking in English for only one person? Even sannyasis came to me and said, you are breaking our parikrama because Guru Maharaj have to speak in 3 languages, you know. First is Bangla, then Hindi, and also English. And I told them, I think, you know, Guru Maharaj, maybe he's practicing because he will be going to US, and now he wants to gain some speaking power. And then they went to Guru Maharaj and told him these foolish words of me. And Guru Maharaj said, among all crowds of devotees, am I speaking only for practicing? You know, and then I understood that it was a compassion for me because I'm just not understanding Hindi and Bangla, and how much love and compassion he had for me, you know. But I was at very hot spot because all devotees coming to me and they trying to tell me that's why Guru Maharaj is spending on you, you useless guy, this time. We want to hear only Hindi, we want to hear only Bangla. And then when more English devotees came, then some translations like Damodar Prabhu and other doing now, and before it was organized. But those first years, there was no any translator around. And Guru Maharaj, you know, wherever we went, for many years, he spoke for me a few sentences, few words, or sometimes few minutes, you know. And I don't know why, but his love is such, and he could not ignore even a single person. How much small it is, how much it's insignificant. He was always happy to receive. He was always happy to accommodate this person and protect him from many things. Another second incident which I prepared for you about nature of Guru Maharaj is that you know, in the Math, when I was brahmachari, I was living among Indian devotees. It's not so easy to accommodate, you know. It's not easy to, you know, to be kind to everyone and good relations making and everything. So there were so many difficulties, and I could not bear sometimes these difficulties, but only because of Guru Maharaj's care and love and his desire that I should stay and help him, I was able to, you know, to bear so many years in India. It's really difficult for us, you know, to be there and not understanding languages, not understanding habits, and not understanding everything. But still Guru Maharaj was helping. And sometimes I tried to go to him and complain about my hard times and my hard life, and spoke some incidents which happened to me. But Guru Maharaj was never able to give some guilt to other devotees, you know. He was not taking any side in any conflict. Even some devotees complain on me, and he never take their side also either, not mine. Or if something happened between them, he doesn't like. What his approach was, it's very instructive and very practical. He was saying, you know, you should understand that you come from different societies, you know, from different habits, here some system, you have some other system, and it's very difficult for you to mix. And even among Indian devotees, there were so many conflicts. But Guru Maharaj said, we should look that persons are different, and we should be tolerant, we should be patient, we should be loving for each and everyone. And from that moment, I learned that lesson, and I tried to see good sides of everyone. You know, our habits are such that we try to see bad sides, but we never appreciate how much good things we get from devotees, how good are and what good things they do. You know, it's very difficult for us. We think it's normal, but it's abnormal. In fact, why we should await so many things? You know, so we should lower our expectations. And when I switched my mind to that mood, then I started seeing how beautiful devotees of our Mata are. And in compared to any other people on the street, you can find so many differences, you know, and even different societies which we observe. And then I'm thinking, you know, how simple Guru Maharaj, how simple Param Guru Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada and our Mat devotees are still retaining this spirit, you know, of sweetness, of simplicity, of devotion and dedication to Lord Chaitanya and Gaudiya mission. So now, whenever I look and watch any broadcasts from India or anywhere else, or some Maharajas coming here, I always differentiate this true spirit. You know, I see this sun of and sweetness and you know, warmness of Guru Maharaj is flowing from all devotees. Maybe it's hard times now. Maybe it's time that Krishna tests us. But still, you know, if you have some gold and give some fire to it, gold will never change. So same thing I observe in all devotees, and I'm very much thankful to you. And please take connection with Guru Maharaj through Harinam, chant whatever mantras he gave you, and you will reach him immediately. So this is my final words to you, and thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Vrindavan Das Prabhuji, for sharing such nice teachings of Srila Gurudev. Dandavat Pranam. Now we request Premchand Prabhu from UK to please speak. I think the technical issue has been resolved.
I don't know if it's working or not working.
Yes, Prabhuji, it is working. We are able to hear you.
But I can't see anything else. Yeah, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, please start.
Or my Dandavat Pranam to everybody whoever listening my voice. We missed all these devotees. We didn't have no kirtan for last year and a half now. We really miss even Buddhan Maharaj. He used to come down every year. But Guru Maharaj, I mean, I was in such a bad state when I went to India, you know. And my brother Pandit Dharampalji, he was here in London in a temple in Southall, Hindu temple, yeah, on Lady Margaret Road. And we used to go, me and my family, you know, my children and my wife, we used to go and see Pandit Dharampalji time to time, you know, because I used to work on different shifts, so he was on different shifts either. So the one day I asked Pandit Dharampalji, Prabhuji, am I speaking in English or speaking Hindi? Yeah.
Yes, Prabhuji, please continue in English.
So one day I asked Pandit Dharampalji, please, can you make me your shishya? And he says, no, I can't make my Shishya, but you had to, we have a Guru Maharaj in India. If you wanted to take a Guru Maharaj, you got to go to India. And that's, he's the one who can only give you, shelter. So I said, okay. So he says Guru Maharaj used to go to north of India in November, December days. So I said, okay, I can arrange my holiday and meet you and Guru Maharaj in Delhi. So he says, okay. So I booked my holiday in November, went to India. And Pandit Dharampalji told me, or called me in India, that the Pandit Shri Guru Maharaj is in Paharganj. And he's staying in Paharganj, but he's doing a sabha or lecture or meeting in Punjabi Bagh, New Delhi. So if I wanted to darshan, take a darshan to see how the Guru Maharajis are. So I went down there and without thinking anything, I just sat down for 2 minutes, did the pranam and came back. And I don't know, when I see Guru Maharaj first time, I don't really know what happened to me, And I went back home and Pandit Dharampalji called me and he asked me, how about you? Are you going to take an initiation or not? I said, yes, I will. But my life wasn't very nice, like European people, drinking and doing all sorts of bad things, So Pandit Dharampalji says, well, you have to give up your drinks and all that, because it's very, very strict if you wanted to take an initiation. I said, yeah, I will give up everything anyway. So Panditji asked me, okay, I'll find out when they're going to give a Harinam. And I'll let you know if you are ready, go down there and we will take the initiation. I said, okay. So I was staying with my brother-in-law. So as I told you already, that I wasn't very, my habits were not very good on that time. So I went to my brother-in-law's house and we started drinking. And my brother-in-law asked me, Jijaji means brother-in-law, In India, we called it Jijaji. And he was my Sala, brother-in-law. And he asked me, Jijaji, are you really going to take an initiation? It's very hard, he says. And you really never ever believed in a guru, I said, no, I need a Guruji now. And I will take an initiation. He says, it's very hard. I said, well, we'll see. I'll try my best and let's see my Guru Maharaj, what does he going to do for me? Like naive people, very bad attitude those days, So I did. Panditji called me in, I think about 9 o'clock when I was drinking, with my brother-in-law. And he says, Prem, the Harinam is going to be tomorrow morning at Paharganj. And you got to be ready and make sure you have a bath and new clothes. But I said, Panditji, I haven't got a dhoti, He said, don't worry, we'll arrange a dhoti up there Yeah. And he said, make sure before you come, you go to buy some fruit for Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, he liked papitas, things like that, you know. So we did. I went with my brother-in-law. I wake him up in the morning. I have my shower. We ready and we went to Paharganj. I didn't know really whose house was that. The only thing I remember, I went up the stairs and there was quite a few people sitting down there and all that. And Acharya Maharaj Ji was there as well. He's writing on a book, you know, when you enter in and he takes your name, qualifications and address where you live and all that. So I went in and Guru Maharaj, as soon as I see Guru Maharaj, I couldn't even speak, you know. I couldn't say even a word. But as I enter in, and Guru Maharaj gave me a really little, like a child smile, you know, when a child is sleeping, you know, and he give a little smile, and you don't know really what to say. And I was really like shivering, you know, like that. I was shivering. So Guru Maharaj says, come on, sit down. So I sat down and all that. And all the, you know, like legal things all done. And Guru Maharaj asked me, things you got to give up tea and you got to drink smoking, things like that, you know. I said, Guruji, I'll give anything. Yeah. So I don't know, every year then I used to go to India, you know. I do my Harinam and sorry, when I took a initiation, I called my wife in England that I have taken an initiation. She said, oh no, what did you do? Why did you do that for? I said, well, I take an initiation now. It's up to you. Because we used to have kiddies, young children, you know, those days. Not that young, but they were in a university, college, and higher study as well those days. So, well, then every year I used to go India in November and December, take a darshan Guruji's in Delhi, do Pranam and so on. So these things continue. Then Guruji Maharaj was doing a lecture in Jalandhar one day, and that was a Pandit Dharampal Ji's home. And Pandit Dharampal Ji introduced me to Guruji because he was very ill those days. Pandit Dharampal Ji, he was really ill. And Pandit Ji said to me that Guru Maharaj going to come to England and you do everything is possible. I said, okay, I will. I came to England, came back to England, and then I sent a sponsorship, you know, from my local temple. I went down there. I knew the person who was the president there. I asked him, look, I wanted to invite my Guru Maharaj with a certain numbers of brahmacharis and all that. And he's not going to stay in temple, but they are all going to stay with me. Can you make me give me a sponsorship for them? So he did, and I sent it to India. I'm naive, you know. I didn't know anything at all, what to do, what not to do those days. You know, when these Mahatmas are going to visit your place, because nobody nobody ever met any, I never invited anybody so important person, you know. So before that happened, before Guru Maharaj ji arrived to England, we had a flying visit from Narayan Maharaj. No, not Narayan Maharaj. Okay, you know, no, the Maharaj who came here first time. Narayan Maharaj. Yeah, you know the Narayan Maharaj. No,
Narsingha Maharaj.
Narsingh Maharaj. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Narsingh Maharaj came and visit our home and all that. And I couldn't understand, you know, why and all that. But I was pleased that there is a devotee, I mean, there is sannyasi here in my house, you know, came here to bless us. Yeah. And he stayed, I think, 5 or 6 days. And then he went back. Then I found out later the Rishikesh Maharaj ji sent him to see where our Guru Maharaj is going to stay. Is the place is right for Guru Maharaj to stay or not? So then the day came up, Vishnu Maharaj, Chandrasekhar Prabhu those days, one was a Rishikesh Maharaj from Singapore, Bindu Prabhu, Arvind Prabhu. They came through France to visit or given a blessing to our small kutia, you know, small place. We were, I mean, in India, you got, you know, these a lot of good har, you know, flowers and all that. You make a mala and all that. But here, I was naive, you know. I have no sense at all how to welcome them, you know, either. So I only had a bunch of flower from, you know, like a flower shop, and I gave it to Maharaj, and Maharaj looked at me, and then Vishnu, I mean, one of the brahmachari, he got it from my hand, and we welcomed Maharaj into the house. And there was quite a few not devotees, but quite a few, I mean, household peoples were here to see Guru Maharaj. And since then, my house is, my kutia is Guruji's kutia, you know. We have a lot of, I mean, I can't really explain what happened to our house since Guru Maharaj ji came first time, you know. This house is like, you know, out of the world. My children sometimes when they come from their houses to my house to visit us, and they stay here overnight, and they says, "Oh, Dad, here is very peaceful in this place. You can sleep a lot and all that," they said, you know. And before that, I used to be, you know, bad person, a lot of drinking and all that. Telling you the truth, all those drinks are still in my cupboard today. Yeah. And nobody touched them. They're still there. Because you never know who's going to arrive. People, you know, they drink and all that. They can have a drink and all that. But since then, Premchand never, ever drank alcohol again. I think that was the Guru Maharaj's power to do all that. There was, I mean, I was like, you know, like a puppet. I mean, all done by them. I mean, I just follow whatever the Guru Maharaj order at the first time. Then luckily, we had a lot of seva from Guru Maharaj. You know, I used to go to India all the time, and then we used to try to make a prasad. First time, Guru Maharaj were very ill. Their appetite was not very good. He was not eating properly and all that. And I was in Guwahati with my wife. And suddenly Vishnu Maharaj called Tamal Krishna, asked Mataji to make some soup. And since then, we had a Guru Maharaj's Rasoi Seva. Every time we visit India, we had a Guru Maharaj's Prasad Seva and all that. You know, I had my relationship with Guru Maharaj. Nobody can believe what I had Guruji's, from Guruji. Guruji's seva is such a seva, you know. Me and my wife think sometime, what did be done in a past life, you know? We could have a seva like that to Guru Maharaj. And those days cannot be come back, you know. Now, I wanted to stop. I wanted to make sure the story is coming down to end. Otherwise, it's too long. And now you go to India, it feels empty. Every mutt you go to, it seems empty. When Guru Maharaj was there, we used to go and there was a lot of devotees everywhere. Household devotees, other mutts devotees and so on. We had really brilliant time when the Guru Maharaj was there. And Guru Maharaj is still in my house, my kutia, you know, we have a small temple, you know, where Guru Maharaj was staying. And I can give you a quick look to that, if I can. There is a Tulsi Maiya there. There is lip. Can I? Can see all these, all the books, Guruji's Bartan. This is where we sit down and do our puja daily. These are a couple of Tulsi Maiya. And this is Guruji when they given a jal to Tulsi Maiya. And this is me and Guru Maharaj. We had a really, really blessed time with Guruji. I think I'll let somebody else tell the story from now. Dandavat Pranam. Hare
Dandavat
Krishna.
Pranam, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Thanks for sharing such nice interactions with Srila Gurudev that you had. So thank you very much. Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna.
Dandavat. Hare Krishna.
Dandavat Pranam. So now we request Ramchandra Prabhu from Peru and other devotees from Peru to please switch on their video and audio and speak, please.
Oh my God. Are you hearing me?
Hare Krishna Ramchandra Prabhu. Yes, we can hear you, but we are not able to see your video.
Okay, let me try to activate because I don't know why it's not function. Oh, it's my problem.
Oh, yes, we can see you now.
Hare Krishna. Hari Bol. Dandava Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
Okay, first of all, I want to read some words of God sister who is Lilavati Devidasi. Lilavati is in Venezuela, okay? And there have some problems to connect by internet. So she wrote me and I want to read her words, okay? I will speak in Spanish and then I will translate. She said, Jai Sri Guru Gandharv, no, sorry, Jai Sri Guru Gandharvika Girihari Yuki. Todas las glorias a Vishnupad Paramahansa 108 Sri Srimad Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj. Vancha Kalpatarubhya Cha Kripa Sindhuvya Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Mi nombre es Lilavati Devidasi y vivo al norte del sur de América Latina, en un país llamado Venezuela. Soy iniciada por Srila Govinda Maharaj. El día viernes me enteré por una devota, ya que mi teléfono no funciona bien, del homenaje a Srila Gurudev. Y me preguntaba qué puedo decir y me fui a dormir. Y tuve un sueño muy hermoso. Soñé que estaba sentada en una habitación. Dicha habitación estaba súper iluminada, iluminada como por 1000 soles. Una luz hermosa muy blanca. Y una voz me decía, ¿vas a hablar de Srila Gurudev? En ese momento contesté sí. Antes de conocer personalmente a su divina gracia, Srila Tirtha Goswami Maharaj hacía servicio para Gokul los días sábados haciendo guirnaldas para las deidades y para Guru Maharaj. Siempre hablaba de Srila Gurudev y le imploraba que me mirara con misericordia. Luego me tocó viajar a India y al fin conocer a Srila Gurudev. Fue muy emocionante mirar tanta misericordia, ya que Srila Gurudev me dijo, nunca dejes de cantar Harinama. Y Guru Maharaj tuvo tanta misericordia que pude escuchar de sus santos labios el Mahamantra. So I will translate. She said, my name is Lilavati Devidasi, and I live in the north of the South America, in a country called Venezuela. I was initiated by Srila Govinda Maharaj, and she took Srila Gurudev as Siksha Guru. And last Friday, I knew for a devotee about the word to be named for Srila Gurudev about this function, because her telephone is not working properly, okay? And she was wondering, what can I say? And she go to the bed. And she has she had a dream, a very nice dream. She was dreaming that she was sit in a beautiful room, and this room was very illuminated. It was illuminated like 1,000 suns, and was a beautiful and white light. And one voice was asking her, "Are you going to talk about Srila Gurudev?" And she answered, "Yes." Before she met personally Srila Gurudev, she was doing service for Gokul, in Gokul, on Saturdays, doing garlands for the deities, and also for Srila Guru Maharaj. And she talked constantly to Srila Gurudev, and she was imploring that Srila Gurudev can show her with mercy. In 2012 and also in 2013, she traveled to India, and finally Srila Gurudev, and finally she met him, and it was very exciting to look so much mercy, because Srila Gurudev asked her, please don't stop to sing Harinam, to chant Harinam. And Srila Guru Maharaj was very merciful, because finally she can hear from her lotus lips the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. It was the words of Lilavati. Okay, I have some God sister who are with us today with us, but I will speak before them. They will speak in Spanish, and I will translate them, okay? On 21, Sriman Rasa Vihari Ji did a Zoom meeting like this one, and I had the opportunity to talk a little bit of my experience with Srila Gurudev, okay? I was in India first time in 2012 with my wife, Indulekha Devidasi, and in 2013, my second time with my wife, and also with my son, Rishikesh Das. And I was saying the other day that the first time that when I met for the first time Srila Gurudev, I feel I don't feel anything at the first impression. I was excited because I was meeting him, but when I came back to Venezuela, finally I felt a strong emotion, a strong separation feeling, because I was wondering what I am doing here, why I don't be with him. I feel better around him. I don't know why I came back so early, so soon. but when I first knew about Krishna consciousness, like 2006 or 7 approx, I was asking to Sri Krishna to not to work too much, and I implore to have more time in order to serve him. I don't know, I didn't know nothing about guru, but I asked to Sri Krishna to have time to serve him. And in 2012, when I was preparing all to meet Srila Gurudev, I realized that Sri Krishna gave me the time to serve Srila Gurudev, because when we traveled for first time to India and we met Srila Gurudev and we met Sriman Rasa Vihari and we met Sundar Gopal, I decided to serve Gokul Venezuela, because when we traveled in 2012, Gokul Venezuela was installed, okay? And we start to serve Srila Gurudev. In fact, we didn't meet him, but we start to serve him before we travel. And in March 2012, we traveled the first 10 devotees, 10 disciples who took Harinam from Srila Gurudev. And when we returned, I decided to be in the temple in Gokul, Venezuela, doing seva for Srila Gurudev on Tuesday and Thursday. I was in the kitchen preparing the boga from breakfast to dinner. And after that, I remember that Sriman Rasa Vihari visit us to Guatire, the city when the temple was installed, and it was properly installed Gokul Venezuela. And many devotees from Gokul visit us, and many devotees from other sampradayas start to visit us, and we start to do Harinam in Caracas street, and it was wonderful. I had no idea how much my life will change with this beginning. But many things happens, and we returned to visit him in 2013, and another 10 disciples took Harinam from him. And also I remember that Srila Gurudev asked some devotees, when are you coming back? And these devotees start to explain that economic and political situation in Venezuela was difficult. And Srila Gurudev answer that we will be a little bit of time far from India, but after some time we will be again visiting. And he knows that the situation will be some kind of difficult for us in our country. And after 4 years, we left our country and nowadays are living in Lima, Peru. And when we arrive Lima, Peru, we continue, in fact, to be united and serving Srila Gurudev with the situation, because when you start a new life in another country, some difficulties are present, but we start to be united around him. Okay, and nowadays some devotees are here and others are in Venezuela, but we continue with the mission of our Srila Gurudev. We start a Facebook fan page in Facebook called Gokul Latam, or Gokul Latino America in Spanish, and we post daily about Srila Gurudev. Okay, and I want to finish my intervention saying that I used to implore him every day in reality. And I know that he is present in my life, and we face this coronavirus and he protect me. I felt almost anything more than a flu. And I have no words to be thankful, because he protect my family and me. And I want to give the opportunity to another Venezuelan devotees and some Bhaktas who wants to speak about Srila Gurudev. I will translate their words. So it's time. Jessica, ¿está preparada?
Sí, estoy.
Okay. Ve hablando y yo voy traduciendo. I will I am inviting to Bhaktin Jessica. Jessica is a Venezuelan person. We met Jessica here in Lima, Peru, and Jessica started visiting the program, and he wants to say something about Srila Gurudev. Dale, pues.
Ok. Antes que nada, mis respetuosas reverencias a todos los devotos presentes, y le doy gracias a Srila Gurudev por haberme permitido este momento con todos ellos. Bueno, mi
First of all,
experiencia
she wants, ¿cómo dijiste? ¿Reverencia? She
Y
wants
mis
to,
respetuosas reverencias a todos.
okay. She's saying his respectful Dandava Pranam to all devotees here in this meeting. And she wants to say thank you to Srila Gurudev also. Okay.
Ok. Yo no soy una persona que ha tenido iniciación, pero sí he tenido la oportunidad de acercarme a los devotos de Sri Gurudev y de recibir de ellos su asociación y su instrucción. En principio, de Madre Kundalata, y luego he podido tener asociación con todos los demás devotos. ¿Traduces?
She is saying that she is a person who is not initiated yet, but she met Srila Gurudev devotees, and she received association with Srila Gurudev disciple, first of all from Kundalata Devidasi, and after that she received association of all disciples of Srila Gurudev. Okay.
Una de las cosas que más me impactó de Gurudev fue la gran serenidad y paz que transmite su fotografía. Su estampa en cualquier fotografía transmite mucha paz. Y tal vez cuando yo comienzo.
Sí, dale.
Y tal vez cuando yo comencé en la conciencia de Krishna, estaba pasando momentos muy difíciles. Y esa serenidad me fue llevando a mi centro.
Okay. The first thing that she saw in Srila Gurudev was his serenity and peace in every one of Srila Gurudev's pictures. And in those days, she was facing some troubles in her life, so she was wondering this kind of peace and serenity. So it was very inspiring to her. Okay.
Fue muy emocionante para mí el tener el servicio de llevarle flores. Ok. Fue muy inspirador. Recuerdo la primera vez que llevé las flores, las recibió Madre Ananga Manjari, y de verdad fue muy emocionante para mí. De ahí comencé siempre a llevarle flores. Puedes traducir, Ramachandra, y yo sigo.
It was very exciting for her to receive the seva of giving to Srila Gurudev some flowers. And the first time she gave him flowers, ¿quién recibió? Ananga Manjari.
Ananga Manjari.
Ananga Manjari received these flowers, and from this moment, Jessica, started to donate flowers to Srila Gurudev, and was very inspiring for her. Okay.
Luego en varias oportunidades pude cortar flores de un rosal que estaba en la casa donde vivía, y fue increíble para mí también ver la transformación de ese rosal, cuyas flores comenzaron a ser más grandes y a ser más vivas. Fue espectacular ver cómo siempre ofrecía flores, ese rosal, para poder enviar a Gurudev.
Okay. She started to to take some flowers of a rosal big place, very rose, a lot of rose were in this place, and she used to take some rose for Srila Gurudev, and she saw the way in this rosal place start to grow and start to give bigger roses for Srila Gurudev. Okay.
Bueno, aquí sigo, ya tengo casi 2 años buscando de mi conocimiento, de mi progreso, y bueno, siempre estaré agradecida a Gurudev a pesar de no haberlo conocido personalmente, pero sé que gracias a su amor y a su misericordia estoy aquí.
She is saying that she has almost 2 years in Krishna consciousness, and she's saying that thanks to Srila Gurudev, she is here and maintaining here, and she knows that because of the love and affection and mercy of Srila Gurudev, even that she didn't met him, he is here in this Krishna consciousness life because of him. Okay.
Es todo, Ramachandra. Muchas gracias.
Okay. And now is time for okay. And Kundalata is it's time for Kundalata, but I don't know if we have time, Prabhu.
Yes,
Can you-
Prabhuji. Yes, we can. No problem. Please continue.
Okay. It will be short. Kundalata, tenemos como 5 minutos para que 5 tú, luego 5 Ananga y luego 5 Maduri y ya estamos listos. Okay.
Listo.
Empieza. Kundalata is
Hare Krishna.
in Venezuela nowadays.
Hare Krishna, mis más humildes y respetuosas reverencias a todos los devotos. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Sivora Priya Murtaye, Simati Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Namine, Maya Vada Vikandana, Guru Varayunu Kirtana, Paskadeso Pradesapakan, Prasakan Badanan, Sada Suda Bhakti Prabhakan, Suda Bhakti Vahiratan, Bhakti Dajita Madhavinatanun, Naman Japan, Naman Sankirtanambrita, Rasavada Vidayakan, Krishna Maya Kripamurti, Acharan Tan, Naman Jahan, Gaura Naman. Mis más humildes y respetuosas reverencias a Sri Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj. Para mí es un placer. No hay palabras que puedan describir lo excelso y lo amoroso, lo puro que ha sido nuestro Srila Gurudev con nosotros en Venezuela. Me encuentro actualmente en Venezuela. Recibí iniciación el 8 de marzo del 2012. Ya conocí el proceso 2 o 3 años antes.
Okay. She is saying that it is an honor to talk about Srila Gurudev for her. And she's saying also that she was she visited India in April 8 in 2012 she was initiated by Srila Gurudev. Okay.
Ok, llegué acá al proceso a través de un ser de oscuridad, podemos decir un demonio. No sé todavía cuál es el motivo por el cual, sin embargo, conocimos a Srimad Rasabihari, llegamos a India y en India viví momentos mágicos, conocí lugares mágicos que tocaron mi corazón.
Okay. She was saying that she knew about Krishna consciousness 2 or 3 years before we met Srila Gurudev, and she was saying also that even she met Srila Gurudev because of the intervention of a person who was not a good one. It was a dark person, but finally he met Srila Gurudev, and she arrived to his lotus feet. Ajá, ¿qué decías?
Ajá, supe de la persona, supe que esta persona era un ser de oscuridad hace un año. Mientras tanto, estábamos inmersos en el servicio devocional acá en Venezuela, en los templos de acá, con las deidades de acá y con la visita de Srimad Rasabihari, que nos guió y nos orientó de una manera amorosa y transmitió con su ejemplo, inyectando en cada uno de nosotros ese ejemplo, ese amor, esa verdad. La forma como me ha tocado el proceso, sacrificando.
Ya va, dame chance. Ajá. She was saying that from the time that we met Srila Gurudev, we start to serve him in Gokul, Venezuela. We were serving to Srila Gurudev and also the deities there, and Srila and Srimad Rasabihari visit us, and he gave us classes and share his love for Srila Gurudev and his words a lot of time, okay? And she taught us about the way of Srila Gurudev, saw the Krishna consciousness, and we received this affection and knowledge from Srimad Rasabihari, and we used to hear him the way that Srila Gurudev used to guide the process. Okay. Continúa.
La forma como conocí el proceso, es muy fácil uno conocer a Sri Krishna, a Sri Gurudev a través de buenas cosas, buenas experiencias, cuando todo es bonito, cuando todo te gusta, cuando todo marcha correctamente, cuando todo es bello. Pero conocerlo a través de un ser de oscuridad es una experiencia muy, muy fuerte. Y cuando sacrificas o cuando las personas que amas, como tu hija, como tu hermana, seres tan cercanos como amigos, hermanos, han sido afectados muy fuertemente a través de este ser de oscuridad. Y a pesar de todo esto, uno sentir amor, es digno de Sri Gurudev.
She was saying that when you have a light life, when situations in life are not very difficult, it's easy to pass for this process. But when you have when you need to face some very strong difficulties, okay, and when these situations you must face it with your daughter or sister, friends and brothers and sisters, is a very strong situation. And if you face this kind of situation, but you still having love in your heart, is only because of the biggest love and this kind of feeling that only Srila Gurudev can give to you. Okay.
Gracias a Sri Gurudev he sabido diferenciar el néctar del pantano. Gracias a Sri Gurudev he podido mejorar y he podido comprender cosas que no puedo entender, pero comprender a nivel emocional, a nivel mental y a través de todos estos obstáculos.
Okay. She was saying that only because of the love of Srila Gurudev, she could understand the difference between nectarine words and another words that are not true. And because of that, she cannot understand in a mental way. She can understand with her feelings what is true and what is not. Okay.
Hoy vamos a decir que Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, mi Gurudev, está en mi corazón, está en mi mente, está en mi sangre, está en mi ser.
So today, finally, she can say that Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, her Gurudev, is in her heart, in her mind, in her blood, in herself. Okay, gracias, Kundalata. ¿Listo? ¿Sí?
Reverendo. Sí.
Dandava Pranam. And now
Dandava Pranam.
Ananga Manjari.
Buenas. Hola, buenos días, reverencias para todos los devotos presentes. Mi nombre es Ananga Manjari. Y bueno, estoy feliz de poder hoy dar unas palabras para mi maestro espiritual. Solo quiero recordar en este momento todas las cosas hermosas que viví en el momento de mi iniciación. De verdad que doy gracias al universo por de una u otra forma llevarme a los pies de lotos de él. De verdad, en el momento de ir a India, si quieres me traducen, ¿no?
Okay. She was saying that Dandava Pranam to all devotees. Her name is Ananga Manjari. She's in Lima, Peru. And all that she wants to remember today is the happy moments that she lived when she was in India receiving the Harinam initiation of Srila Gurudev. Okay.
Realmente para mí fueron momentos hermosos, espectaculares, que creo que nunca jamás en mi vida voy a poder olvidar. Recuerdo que fue una semana exactamente que estuvimos en el templo de Mayapur, y recuerdo cada día, o sea, cada día tuve la oportunidad de ver y de estar cerca de la energía de mi maestro espiritual. Fue una experiencia cada momento, al momento de que todos los devotos tenían una energía tan fantástica, cantándole a Gurudev, yendo a sus recorridos por el templo, por los lugares cercanos al templo. De verdad fueron momentos muy mágicos. Recuerdo mucho a nuestro hermano Sundara Gopal, que cada noche se extasiaba hablándonos de Gurudeva, y nosotros como, bueno, como pajaritos en grama escuchándolo, inevitablemente era una cosa espectacular el hecho de despertarnos con el sonido de las campanas de todos los templos que estaban alrededor. De verdad que para mí fue una experiencia mágica e inolvidable.
She was saying that she remembered that we stayed for a whole week there in Mayapur, and she remembered that we were very excited to meet Srila Gurudev and to be in every darshan that Srila Gurudev present, and she was very excited also watching all devotees singing to Srila Gurudev, and she remembered how Sundar Gopal Prabhu was talking to us every night, different things and pastime of Srila Gurudev, and we was excited and delightful, you know, the way that disciple of Srila Gurudev used to talk about him. Okay.
Recuerdo un momento en especial que tuvimos la oportunidad de estar en la habitación de Srila Gurudev, y Gurudeva hizo contacto visual conmigo. Creo que fueron dos momentos en particulares. Fue ese momento en esa habitación donde Gurudeva me vio y yo sentí así como, o sea, es una emoción tan grande, me vio, o sea, sabe que estoy aquí, sabe que existo. De verdad fue súper mágico ese momento. Creo que a lo largo de todo el tiempo que se presentan dificultades en mi vida, trato de recordar ese momento, porque calma mi corazón el hecho de poder recordar su mirada directamente viendo a mis ojos. Y también recuerdo en otro momento que había un evento dentro del templo de Mayapur, y Srila Gurudev empezó a cantar el Mahamantra, y él no estaba allí en ese lugar. O sea, él estaba con Sri Krishna en el plano trascendental, porque él estaba cantando el Mahamantra, y la energía, o sea, tuve la oportunidad de estar muy cerca, porque estábamos en un lugar cerca como de una tarima donde él estaba, y el hecho de escucharlo, o sea, es algo que de verdad me eriza los vellos de mi cuerpo nada más de recordarlo.
She has two different memories, very special for her. She remembered in one occasion that we enter in Srila Gurudev's room, all of us, the 10 disciples that we visit him for the first time. And when we were in this room, for a moment, Srila Gurudev saw her eyes, and she remembered that he finally saw me, and he knows that I am here. And she remembered that she keep this memory in her heart, because when some difficult dates come to her life, he used to take this memory in order to pass these difficulties in a different way, you know. And the other moment that he remembered is when Srila Gurudev was chanting the holy name of Sri Krishna, the Harinam, the Mahamantra, in one occasion, big occasion in Mayapur in those days, and she was very near to Srila Gurudev, and she felt that Srila Gurudev was in the spiritual world with Sri Krishna, chanting the holy name, and it was very special, and she remembered it with too much affection this moment. Okay.
Desde ese entonces, Gurudeva está en mi corazón, acompañándome con cada una de las dificultades que me ha tocado vivir, haciéndome fuerte, porque es la única razón que puedo encontrar para que me haya ayudado a salir de todas las cosas que nos ha tocado pasar. De verdad agradezco mucho también al Prabhu Rasa Vihari, porque nos ha ayudado a recordar, a tener presente a Gurudeva en este proceso. Y pues nada, o sea, siempre le pido a mi Gurudeva le pido todos los días de mis días que no me haga olvidarlo, que no me haga olvidar y sacar de mi corazón mi vida espiritual.
Okay, she was saying that she wants to say thanks to Srila Gurudev because all his love makes her stronger. Is the way that she thinks that made her stronger to pass all difficulties that we faced in life. Okay, and also she wants to say thank you to Sriman Rasa Vihari Haribol.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Sorry, it was a problem of my connection. Finally, she wants to say thank you to Sriman Rasa Vihari, who talk about a lot of Srila Gurudev for all of us. And estabas diciendo reverencia a todos los devotos también, dijiste, finalmente.
Sí, que reverencias y gracias por permitirme estar en este espacio.
Okay, and she was saying Dandava Pranam to all devotees and thank you for let her to share with all of us. And finally, Madhuri Devidasi is the final Venezuelan devotee who will talk a little bit. Madhuri, te toca a ti y estamos listos.
Ok, empiezo entonces. Mi nombre es Madhuri Devidasi, soy de Venezuela. Todas las glorias a mi más querido y reverenciado Srila Guru Maharaj y reverencia a los devotos presentes.
He wants to say Dandava Pranam to my Srila Gurudev and Dandava Pranam to all devotees here in this Zoom meeting. Okay.
Hace 8 años recibí la misericordia de Srila Guru Maharaj, quien a través de su amor me permitió tener su darshan e iniciación.
8 years before, she took initiation from Srila Guru Maharaj, and she received her darshan and association.
Jamás imaginé recibir tan magnánimo regalo y misericordia, ya que vivo en un país muy lejano de América.
Never she could imagine that she can receive this enormous and magnanimous gift from him, because she was living in a very far country.
Antes y durante de mi viaje tenía muchos miedos, expectativas, pero también mucha alegría. Yo pensaba, voy a conocer al señor Nityananda. Gurudeva es el señor Nityananda.
Before and during the traveling, she was wondering and she was thinking, I will meet Nityananda Prabhu, because Srila Gurudev is Nityananda Prabhu. Okay.
Cuando llegó el día de la iniciación y de conocer a Srila Guru Maharaj, mi corazón latía demasiado rápido. Me embargaban muchas emociones. Y cuando entramos a la habitación de Gurudeva, porque él estaba delicado de salud, él nos miró con una dulce sonrisa, de padre amoroso y protector, y me dio la gracia de recibir Mahamantra y su darshan.
When the times come, and it was the moment of meeting Srila Gurudev and receiving the Harinam Diksha, they enter in Srila Gurudev's room, because Srila Gurudev's health was delicate. So they enter in the room of Srila Gurudev, and Srila Gurudev smile to all of them with a father smile, looking as her sons, his sons or his daughters, and she received the Srila Gurudev Darshan and Srila Gurudev Harinam. Okay.
Cada día en India, al recibir el darshan de Gurudeva, era una gran alegría para mí. Era una luz en mi vida. La dulzura de su sonrisa era una lluvia de paz, de tranquilidad y de amor que colmaba todas las angustias de mi vida.
Every day in India, when she received Gurudev's darshan, it was a rain of sweetness. It was very inspiring her and filling her of love, peace, and serenity to her life. Okay.
Cuando llegó el momento de irnos de India, sentí un gran dolor en mi corazón, porque pensaba, ¿cuándo podré volver a ver a Srila Guru Maharaj y sentir de nuevo toda esta paz, amor y tranquilidad en mi corazón?
And when the moment of leaving India came, she was thinking, when I will receive the darshan of Srila Gurudev, and when I will receive all this love and serenity and peace. Okay.
Pero luego pude entender con el tiempo que su amor, su paz, su tranquilidad, su protección y su misericordia siempre están conmigo.
But with the time, when time passed, she understood that his love and his peace, his serenity, his mercy and protection is all time with her. Okay.
Que cada día Srila Guru Maharaj se hace presente en mi vida, protegiéndome, iluminando mi camino y brindándome su mano en cada tropiezo. Gracias a su amor, a su misericordia y a sus enseñanzas, puedo continuar en el camino espiritual y fortalecer mi camino espiritual cada día.
And nowadays she know that Srila Gurudev's love, protection, mercy is with her in every moment, and he is protecting her and guiding her every day and in every situation that she need to face. Okay.
Yo me considero la persona más afortunada y bendecida de este mundo por tener la misericordia y el amor de mi querido maestro espiritual, Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj.
She saw herself as the person more, ¿cómo dijiste? Que te afortunada. The most fortunate person. She felt like the most blessed and fortunate person because she received the protection and the blessing of her spiritual master, Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj.
También le agradezco mucho a Sriman Rasabihari por todo el afecto, por compartir con nosotros los pasatiempos y glorias de Gurudev, que son una enseñanza para cada día.
Also, she wants to say thank you to Sriman Rasabihari, who shared with all of us the glories and pastime of Srila Gurudev and gave us his affection and knowledge about Srila Gurudev. Okay.
Todas las glorias a mi más reverenciado y querido maestro espiritual, Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, a quien cada día le agradezco cada minuto de vida.
And finally, she's saying that all glories to my beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivala Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, and he wants to thanks every minute in her life.
Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev.
Jai Gurudev. Is all of. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. We finish. And please,
Hare Krishna.
Please.
Prabhuji, you have Harivalda Prabhu also?
Let me ask. Harivala, ¿quieres decir algo? Harivala, ¿me oyes?
I see Harivallabh Das here in the participants list.
Yes, I saw him, but she's not more. In fact, I have the fortune of to be the neighbor of Harivala Das, but I think that he has some kind of connection trouble.
Okay. Anyone else, Prabhuji?
No, Prabhu. We are all, and I want to say Dandava Pranam to all devotees, and please forgive any kind of offense, please. Thank you very much for the time for sharing. Dandava Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Thanks a lot for sharing such nice interactions you had with Gurudev and his disciples. And thank you very much, Dandavat Pranam, Prabhuji. So we would like to invite Geeta Mataji, if she is there in the room, if she can. Haribol. Okay, if not, then if Geeta Mataji is not there, then we would like to invite Baldev Prabhu from Brazil.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Yes.
Haribol. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, Prabhuji.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Shirajikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Nityanamane Shri Krishna Lila Kathane Sudaksham Audhara Madhura Gunashta Yuktam Parambarinam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Sirasanavan Namo Vishnu Padaya Shri Gaura Priya Murtaye Shri Srimad Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Itinarine Suddha Bhakti Pravahakam Suddha Bhakti Bhagiratam Bhakti Daita Madhav Abhinam Tanu Namana. So I don't used to speak English, but I think Sundar Gopal and Mahalakshmi are somewhat my friends. So they requested me to speak something, this Vyas Puja. So first, my Gurudev, my Diksha Guru Srila Narayana Goswami used to explain what is Vyas Puja. Vyas Puja is not the day that the Acharya or Guru just receive praise from others and gifts from others. No. Vyas Puja is the day that the Acharya sitting in the seat of Vyas, Ved Vyas Muni, we worship all his Guru Parampara and his Gurudev first. So this is real Vyas Puja. The real Vyas, or those who are sitting that seat of Vyas, that means Sadguru Dev, he will not accept anything for himself. What he will accept, he consider it as the property of his Guru. Then his Gurudev will send to Param Gurudev, and one by one go to Radha Krishna, especially in our line to Srimati Radharani. My Gurudev used to explain Vyas Puja like this. So by this, who saw the character, the devotion, the Sevamuk mood of Srila Tirtha Goswami, we can know that he is real Sadguru. When I remember this, I remember that because his sthiti is the same as Ramanavam. When I remember Ramanavam and I see the example set by Bharat, who considers himself as Rama Sevak, then I link these two things. How Tirtha Goswami also, when his Gurudev left his world, they told him to be Acharya. But my Gurudev also used to explain, a real Guru never thinks he is Guru. He is always think he's servant of his Gurudev. And if someone thinks I am Guru, then he is not even disciple. What to say about Guru? So we see the same example like Bharat Maharaj, Ramachandra, Leela, and Tirtha Goswami with his Gurudev. When they told, oh, now you are the next Acharya. So because he's real Nitya Siddha, eternal perfected devotee, he could think like this. Others cannot. If someone offers some position to us, naturally some desire of prestige will come. You are not liberated. We can fight it, we can reject it, but not in pure mood. But for him, as you heard from our Guru Bhai, was natural. Because he's perfect disciple, and perfect disciple can be Jagat Guru. So same way, Bharata, when he was offered the whole kingdom by the arrangement of Dasarat Rama Lila, he could not accept that. He went crying to Rama and told Rama, you should come back. I am not king, I will not be king, and I don't accept this, please come. So we have heard also Tirtha Goswami same thing. Only when Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami showed him the letter from Madhava Goswami that after me, you should be Acharya and should manage everything. Only then he accepted. Because as my Gurudev says, Maryada have some rules, regulations, moral and religious, like Varnashram Dharma regulation. But Prem have also his own regulations. So I remember my Gurudev used to say when Bharat was informed by the rishis, actually by Janak Maharaj, father of Sita, he told that, oh Bharat, you don't want to accept this kingdom. You want to give this to Ram. But did you ask Ram what he wants? Or you are thinking like this for yourself? Then Bharata told, oh, yes, you are right. Now you are my Guru. This Janak Maharaj told to Bharata Maharaj. Because he was thinking for himself. Then when he came to know that Rama also told him that for me you should go and rule the kingdom for 14 years. Then Bharata Maharaj got the Paduk of Ram and went back to Ayodhya, but never considered him to be king. He put the Paduka of Ram in the palace and he stayed outside. So you all, I think most of you had went to Calcutta, and you know that the Paduka of Madhava Goswami was just nearby his room. And every class he used to go downside, first thing, pay respect to Paduk of Madhava Goswami, and then he would go to give some Harikatha. So it's very interesting that he took birth in this Tithi. The relation of Bharat and Ram, for me, is the same as Tirtha Goswami and Madhava Goswami. He always considered himself a disciple, not as Guru. And that's what the qualification of real Guru is hard, especially nowadays, very difficult to get. So I think this qualification, every one of you could see in his character. So another thing is that I see him as Abhideya Acharya. For me, Swami Maharaj came first. You used to go to ISKCON, I think most of us. So Swami Maharaj gave us relation. Who is Krishna? He is Jagannath, this Sambandha. And my Gurudev Narayan Goswami told about Prayojan, the goal of the Gaudiya Vaishnava. Because without goal, we cannot practice it correctly. It will be very hard. Without fix our goal, the practice, the sadhana will be very hard to do. That's why Kaviraj Goswami in the beginning of Chaitanya Charitamrita says, Sri Radhaya Pranaya Mahima. First you have to fix Radha Krishna goal, special to Radha. Then you start to do sadhana. So Tirtha Goswami also told this, but his emphasis was in sadhana. Because without sadhana, you cannot go there. Without fixed goal, you cannot practice. Without practice, you cannot go there. So I see him this way. And today morning, I was remembering his teachings. He is always used to speak about Dhruva and Prahlad, because many people want to hear more things. But without Dhruva and Prahlad, we cannot go there. Dhruva Maharaj, very fearless. 5 years went to forest, and no fear of animals, nothing. And also he had to give up his angry mood to his father. So without this, we cannot practice. Without being fearless and very strong in sadhana, we cannot do anything. First, you have to surrender. Oh, Gurudev, I don't have any qualification. I am Badajiva, this, that. But now I realize this world is nothing. Only misery, misery, misery. I don't have any power to progress. This bhakti is very hard, very difficult, not easy. So now surrender to your Lord's feet. Please help me. So he used to say, I remember, very strong mood, like Atasi Krishna Madina Bhavegrahya Indriya Seva Mukhi Jivado Swaya Evis Puratadaha. And he used to say, those who don't have it, note in your paper now, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. I think most of you know that almost every class used to speak this. So we are Badaji, but you have to try to surrender everything to the lotus feet of Sri Guru Gauranga. Tirtha Goswami is one of these Gauranga associates. So you have to try to do this. Otherwise, you cannot know. You can speak that I know he is Nityasila, but you cannot know really. You cannot experience. Without this surrender mood, you cannot experience. And without this experience, you cannot really know with 100% faith that he is not ordinary person, that the stroke that was arranged to him was really Asta Swatik Bhav manifesting in his body. That thing is not, anyone could not do that. I remember I was in Calcutta, I think 2013, and then he came in Palanquin. Bharati Maharaj was giving class, and he came, was many people around. I didn't understand what was taking place. And they brought in the Palanquin, then I went to see. Then they positioned him in front of Thakuraji. Then I saw the scene, marvelous, beautiful scene that I only saw in my Gurudev. I saw him. He was crying, 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 rivers of tears, speaking words understandable. Many words was going out from his mouth, but no one could understand. And tears, tears. I saw his body was like inside. and his arms very big. So when you read Jayavadam, we know even by intellectual understanding that these moods cannot be present in any non-Siddha Vaishnava. This, like Mahaprabhu, only Nitya Siddha can manifest this kind of bhav, and this bhav manifests in the body. We see that one have cancer, another have stroke, but this is not ordinary thing to others, to not expose to others his internal mood. We learn this in Jayavadam. So this for me, the scene I saw, I feel fortunate to see that Asta Sattvika Bhav manifested in one transcendental personality like him. And this was the confirmation, at least by my material eyes, that everything written of the static mood, internal mood of Nitya Siddha Vaishnava was manifested in his body that day. So I think you all know that he is eternal associate of Radharani. I heard from Vishnu Maharaj and others that one day in Navadvip, Mayapur, he was sleeping, but this day he didn't wake up in the normal day. So after when he woke up, he told to some servants, I think Vishnu Maharaj was there that time, he told that he was sleeping, but he saw him in the transcendental world. He was not in this world. He was in Golok Vrindavan, Aprakta Dham, and he was helping to serving Radharani. So, and he told his seva also. So by this we can know he is also Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharya, bona fide by Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharya. And I remember one time I sent letter, I think that time was Jati Maharaj who was answering. I asked the relation about Tirtha Goswami and my Gurudev Narayana Goswami. Then he replied, their relations like Ananga Manjari and Rupa Manjari, same. This was his reply to me. Then when my Gurudev was manifesting ill sickness Lila in Vrindavan before Brajamana Parikram 2010, I went to Ludhiana by the help of Praveen and the mother of Madan Gopal. I went to Ludhiana. Then, yes, okay. Then I went there. He asked me about my Gurudev. I replied. Then he started to speak about the glories of my Gurudev in very deep mood. That time I could understand what the Jati Maharaj told me, that their relation was like Rupa Manjari and Ananga Manjari. He was very deep mood, and that affected me. I never saw when I spoke Narayana Maharaj, Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj, anyone who changed the mood very deep like this, like Tirtha Goswami. He started to speak about the glories of my Gurudev to me. Then I felt very fortunate to meet these two divine personalities. I think all of you took shelter on Tirtha Goswami, and you are also very blessed. And may we try to give ourselves, senses, seva, mind, heart, and soul to his lotus feet and progress in this bhakti process. Oh, thank you. I think now time over. Haribol, Anavatsal. Thank you, Mahalakshmi, Sundar Gopal. Haribol.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandat Pranam. Thanks for sharing such nice teachings of Srila Gurudev and such nice relation of Srila Gurudev and Srila Narayan Maharaj. Now we would like to request Dhruv Prabhu from Delhi to please speak. Dhruv Prabhu is very well known, I think, to everyone. 3 generations of Dhruv Prabhu's house, like his grandfather, his father, and Dhruv Prabhu all are disciples of Srila Gurudev, and they have been serving Gurudev so nicely. Dhruv Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Radhe Radhe, Dandot Pranam, Hare Krishna to all. Om Agyan Timiranadhasya Jnanan Janashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Shri Gaura Priyaya Murtaye Shri Mate Bhakti Vallabha Tirtha Goswami Namine. Radhe Radhe, Hare Krishna to all. I would like to thank Damodar Prabhu for letting me speak about Gurudev's about Gurudev, and I'm not that much capable. Like all the Vaishnavas are coming live and they're speaking about Gurudev and telling his glorifications and stuff. But though it's a service that he provided me, and I will try my best to speak what I had, like what I felt when I was there in front of Gurudev, and what I have felt till my whole life. So I'll start that my grandfather and my father and now me, the three of us, like as he said, the three generations till 3 generations we are following, and we're trying to follow Gurudev. My grandfather is a wrestler, and my Srila Gurudev used to call him Pehlwanji. So my grandfather used to go to his lectures and used to serve him, and used to like go to the Rath Yatras that were there. And my Gurudev, whenever my grandfather visited Gurudev, and like my grandfather told me that he always had a cute smile on his face, and always Gurudev like a small baby does, and like so Gurudev used to smile and told tell my grandfather that, oh Pelwanji, tum aa gaya, means you have come. So, and what I've seen, what I've been taught and like told, that once my grandfather visited Assam, and Gurudev was giving lectures in Bangla language. So when he saw that my grandfather is there and like he has come and he has arrived, so Gurudev started his lectures. He started speaking in Hindi, because because of this we can see how merciful he is. Like all the devotees there, they know Bangla, and only one devotee has come who knows Hindi language, but Gurudev is so merciful that he sees that, oh, one devotee would be left but because he cannot understand Bangla language. So he started giving his whole lecture in Hindi from that point of time. And me as a child, I've always been in fear, and like, you know, a small child when goes to someone who's like so divine, and like always you see in Gurudev's eyes, he's having that great spark, like not a normal person can have that. So whenever I used to go as a child in front of Gurudev, Srila Gurudev, so I was always like in fear, and like you don't know at that age of time, at that point of time, at that age, you don't know like what God is. Like till now we don't, many of us, we don't realize like what properly, like what Krishna consciousness, like me, I'm a fallen soul. what Krishna consciousness is, who is Krishna. We just go to the temple as a child. We just go to the temple. We do whatever our parents does. So whenever I used to go near to Gurudev, like I thought that okay, maybe like he's Krishna. Like I didn't find him like other than Krishna. So I was like so frightened because of like going near to Gurudev whenever I went near to him, and like bow down myself, and I always used to touch his feet and like fearfully, and he always used to bless me and love me with his hands. And then after that he used to give me prasadam, like whatever fruits they offer to the devotees, he used to give me. And I was too young when I got Harinam, my first initiation. I guess I was 7 or 8 years old, and my grandfather was the one. Like there are few devotees who got like the first initiation and the second initiation together. My grandfather is the one who got both the initiations together, like Harinam and Diksha together. And also like my grandfather and my father, they have been there since the Delhi temple was being built, and till now they're like, I'm the one who's quite fallen and quite sinful and not capable of anything, but because of my grandfather and my father, I am here to glorify. I can like I can speak a bit. I was 12 years old, I remember, and it was my exams. Yeah, there were my exams going on, and like 1 month before, my father had asked Gurudev Sevak that oh maybe we can ask Gurudev for my Diksha, because I already got Harinam from Gurudev when I was 7 or 8. So it was 2010, and Srila Gurudev was in Jagannath Puri, and the Rath Yatra was going on. The Rath Yatra period was going on, and 1 month before, like they told my father that he's quite small for having a second initiation. So my father said, okay, let's wait, and like if you can ask Gurudev for that, so please ask. But I don't know. I mean, they just said no, he's quite small for having his Diksha, for having second initiation. So after 1 month, like the Puri scenario, the Rath Yatra was going on in Puri, and like my father and my mother, my whole family was there for the Rath Yatra period, and I was there in Delhi, was giving my exams. So Gurudev saw my father, and like again he told me, "Oh, Pelwanji ka beta," like, and he asked my father, where is the smaller one? Like, where is Dhruv? Like, my name Dhruv is given by Srila Gurudev. He's so merciful, and like since my birth, like before my birth, I was there in his association. So I was keeping a kachi in my mother's womb, and because my mother was keeping a kachi, so I'm so fortunate that I've been raised in Krishna consciousness only, and under the guidance of Srila Gurudev. So yeah, back to the story. My father went to Gurudev, and he did Dandavat Pranam to Gurudev, and Gurudev asked, where is the smaller one? So this incident was in Jagannath Puri. So my father said he's having his exams and he's there in Delhi. And Gurudev said, why didn't he come? He had to take Diksha, no? So like there was no clue that Gurudev wanted me to take Diksha. And 1 month before, only his servants told my father that no, he's quite small and he cannot have Diksha right now. He would not be able to handle his Yagya Pavitra and stuff. He would not be able to recite Diksha mantras. So my father was quite amazed, and like he was quite shocked. He heard that, like he was happy that Gurudev himself told my father that, oh, where is he? So that time Dikshas, like many people were taking initiations, and I was only 12. So me and my grandfather, we took a flight from Delhi. Same day we took a flight. Like in the morning, Gurudev told my father that, where is he? And same day my father booked tickets, and I think I left one exam. I left my and then we reached Puri, and I was the smallest to have Diksha, and so I was quite scared, and like I didn't know what's happening, and so I had my Diksha then at 12, and like Gurudev always, like, you know, I don't know many philosophies, and like I have not read many many scriptures or anything about it, but whenever I see Srila Gurudev, I can feel Krishna. I can feel that like God is there. And one incident that happened, I was sitting in Kolkata Mutt, and like we arrived, and Gurudev was giving lectures, and like always it is said that whenever you sit in Harikatha of Srila Gurudev, and if you have any questions in your heart, in your mind, Srila Gurudev is so merciful, and he's quite like, he knows everything what's going in your heart. So whatever you think, like whatever confusions you're having in your mind, in your heart, he answers those things in Harikathas. And one special thing about Gurudev, like everything is so special, I cannot say this is special or this is not, but one like that is quite touchy to me. I was there, I was quite small, and because of Gurudev's mercy, I'm trying to do kirtans since like I was 4.5 years old, and like they have always called me the smallest kirtaniya in the temple, but now I've grown up, as you can see. So I was there in Kolkata Mutt, and Gurudev saw me, and he recognized me, like in front of like so many disciples sitting like from all over the world, and direct conferences going on, and like Gurudev sees you, and that's the most special moment, if he sees you and smiles. So he saw me and he smiled, and when he ended up with his lecture, his Harikatha, he told everybody that he will sing. Like he pointed me out and he will sing. He stopped Harikatha at that time, and he told me to sing Harinam Sankirtan. So as like we all know that I don't know much about how to speak and how to recite things and how to glorify things. So what can I do is, on his Vyas Puja, on his glorification day, I can share what he has given, what he has provided me with. That is Thakur's, that is Krishna's bhakti, and that is Krishna's music that I'm doing right now. So I started singing, and I was so nervous at that time because, you know, out of nowhere he told me to sing, and he told me that please sing Harinam Sankirtan, and like great kirtaniyas were there of our mutt, like everybody was there, and when you're told to sing out of nowhere, then like you feel nervous. But I sang, and Gurudev was having tears in his eyes. So, and I was crying, and everybody in the hall was crying. So I would like to, for 5 minutes, I would like to sing that Mahamantra tune that Gurudev, that time I sang in front of him. And like, let's all sing, and let's all join. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now, I think I'll take 2-3 minutes more and then I'll leave. And now I'm remembering that time when it was the time when Gurudev was entering his entering the Nitya Leela. So we had this news, and we all had this news that Gurudev has left his body and he's going to his home now. And I remember that moment, and like it's not I think it's 4 years back when it happened, and it was 21st April when we all got that news that Gurudev has left his body. So I remember talking to one devotee, and I had a call, and everybody was crying, and everybody was not really well from their mind, and it was quite saddening, quite a dreadful situation it was. So I remember saying that now that he has left, and we all have become orphans, like I have become orphan, who will take care of me. Though I've not associated a lot with Srila Gurudev, but we went to Kolkata, and I was so fortunate to be there, and I was singing when we took his body from Kolkata to Mayapur to give him samadhi. And the whole time I was having the service of Srila Bhakti Vivek Narsingh Maharaj Ji, me, and more sannyasis, more brahmacharis were there, and we all were singing. And the whole time I was there near to Gurudev's body, near to Gurudev's coffin. And every time, like the whole time we were singing and doing kirtans and doing a lot of like Gurudev. One thing Gurudev loved the most was Harinam Sankirtan. So that way I'm trying to because we all do mistakes in our life, and we all at some point of time we all feel guilty and we do mistakes. Nobody is perfect, no, like whether it is a new devotee or whether it is whether he is or she is a senior devotee, everybody's ill. And like I heard this from a very senior devotee that like we always judge each other and we always are trying to point out others' mistake. But the real thing is what I've heard is, but the real thing, everybody is on the same line and everybody is like can do mistakes, because everybody's ill here in this world, in this Kali Yuga. So we don't have to judge anyone and do bhajan and do kirtans and to make ourselves better, and like pray Gurudev, please save us from all of this, and pray Gurudev to keep us in this Krishna consciousness, and pray Gurudev only Gurudev, because we don't have any capabilities. Like we think we do bhajan and we can be this the nearest to the Supreme, but we don't have any capabilities, what I think. So we should always pray Gurudev that, oh Lord, oh Gurudev, please provide us with your dust of your lotus feet, and please give us your shelter. So every time we were singing kirtans and bhajans when we were taking Gurudev to his samadhi in Mayapur, and like crying and crying. So today Damodar Prabhuji gave me this opportunity, and like I don't speak much. I can sing because of his mercy, but like he gave me this service to glorify. But what I know is this, and I hope whenever I'm there doing kirtans and doing bhajans, I remember Gurudev. I pray Gurudev, and I bow down to you all, to the lotus feet of Vaishnavas and Srila Gurudev, and like I pray Gurudev to provide us with his mercy and Krishna's realm. Radhe Radhe.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam. Thanks for sharing such nice incidents you had with Srila Gurudev, and also for nice musical singing. And thank you very much, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam.
I'm so sorry
Hare
if I said something wrong, Damodar Prabhu, because everybody's so qualified
Prabhuji,
and everybody's so bona fide. But like I'm a kid right now, and whatever I could speak, I did.
No, Prabhuji. It was nice. Thank you, Prabhuji. Thanks a lot. So now we would like to request Urmila Didi from Germany to please speak.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, Hare Krishna, you can hear me?
Yes, Didi, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay. Hare Krishna. And that pronounced. Okay. Om Jnanatirandasya Kinanjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpatarupyascha Kripasitupya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. First, I would like to thank the devotees who arranged for this meeting. It brings so much auspiciousness in our lives. I'm really grateful, and to Damodar Prabhu, and also very grateful for all the devotees who shared about Srila Gurudeva's glories. I mean, all I can do is just repeat what I heard from Gurudev, and just narrate some of the pastimes that I experienced with Guru Maharaj, or those that I remembered this morning and yesterday, like certain memories came to my mind. So I will just tell some of those. And but one thing which always struck me very much is what kind of a deep impression Srila Guru Maharaj left on anyone who met him. Like I heard this several times from devotees from another Sangha, or who just met Gurudeva once, and they would tell, oh, how special that meeting was. Or sometimes an outsider would come to the mat and just had one single darshan, and they were kind of really moved. Like I remember once in Kolkata mat, there was, after Aarti, I went to buy something at Subhadra stores, and there was one gentleman, and somehow it happened that I invited him for the Aarti and for the darshan. And he seemed kind of in distress, and he also then told me, oh, I'm in such a hurry, I'm in so much distress. So to make it short, he came up for darshan. Gurudeva spoke to him, and you could see this just one meeting totally moved him so deeply in his heart. And there's so many stories like this, which I heard from other devotees also. It's really special how deeply Gurudeva could touch everyone. And just this morning, I remembered one pastime which I hadn't thought of for a long time. There was in Kolkata mat, and usually during darshan, Gurudeva would give his blessings with his lotus hand, like, you know, when you bow down, and Gurudeva would bless like this with his hand. But over the years or months, I noticed he would never give me those blessings. And so I thought, well, probably I committed so many aparats. So yeah, for some reason, I'm not getting those. I must have done something wrong, or I commit aparats. So, but this went on and on for like months. I lived in South India that time, and I would just come whenever I had an opportunity to the mat to stay with Gurudeva for some time. But then at some point, I became a little disheartened, because I realized that Gurudeva is never blessing me like this. Maybe I'm doing something wrong or something. So, and then I was disheartened a bit. I felt a bit sad, but then I also just forgot about it again, because, well, but then on that one evening darshan, when I bowed down, suddenly I realized that Gurudeva put his hand like this. So when I came up from my pranams, I thought, wow, I finally got the blessing, and I got up and went outside the room. And then I thought already, oh my goodness, what's going on here? You know, I felt something really strong. And I went down to the temple room for Harikatha. And I was sitting there, and I think at least half an hour of the Harikatha, I was just trying to handle this immense energy that was suddenly there, these blessings. It was so intense. It was such a incredible vibration. I was just sitting there and thinking, oh, it's Guru Maharaj's blessings. Just receive it. Don't worry. It's okay. And you'll be all right. Just take it in and don't reject it. It's okay. And I know for sure it was at least half an hour until I kind of cooled down again. And then I realized why Gurudeva never blessed me like this. It's not that he didn't want to bless me. It's just he knew I cannot handle it. So it was the realization that whatever Gurudeva does, he does it out of loving care. When he didn't put his lotus hand like this, it was out of loving care because it's too much for her. And I guess he wanted to show me that, don't worry, everything is all right, but you just can't handle it at the moment. It's too much for you. So this was one memory that I recalled this morning. It just came to my mind, and kind of precious how whatever Gurudeva does is out of loving care for us, even now. And one other thing I remembered is that was once in Bathinda. It was not that year when there was Kartik Rat, but I think around maybe 2011 or 10 when Gurudeva was there, just before that Kartik Rat in Ludhiana. And during that time, I don't know, for months, I always felt so much fear inside of me, wherever I was, and like anxiety, when you, maybe sometimes we go through such phases, like always anxious and fearful. And before, it was always better when I was in the mud or with Gurudeva, but it got just worse and worse, and even in the mud. And I often also felt this in front of Gurudeva. And worse, it got worse and worse. So then there in Bathinda, I finally realized I have to bring this in front of Gurudeva. I have to tell Gurudeva, because it's an obstacle. I mean, if I'm fearful of my spiritual master. And I didn't really know what to expect, or I was thinking maybe Gurudeva will say, don't need to fear, never need to fear. Something had like this in my mind, but I wasn't sure. And then it was during evening darshan. Gurudeva was sitting outside in front of his room, and somehow I happened to be alone in front of Gurudeva, and I wrote down and I said, Gurudeva, I always have so much fear inside of me, and sometimes I'm even afraid of you. And then how he reacted, it surprised me, because he became grave, and then he slightly nodded with his head, went like this. And then he said to me, always remember, Supreme Lord, from the core of the heart, everything will be removed. But because he kind of acknowledged that, and he, because of this slight nod, I realized, nothing is wrong. Actually, this is the plight of every conditioned soul. We all don't want to go. We are all afraid to go. And also the way Guru Maharaj is always playing the pastime of a conditioned soul, he kind of says, this is what we all go through. We all fear to go to Krishna. And always remember, Supreme Lord, from the core of the heart, everything will be removed. And later I also thought, Gurudeva said everything, so everything will be removed, not just the fear, whatever rubbish we have in our heart, it will be removed by sincerely remembering the Lord. And I don't know if there is still some time. I remember one darshan that was in Kolkata, and I would often sit in front of Gurudeva's room when it was quiet in the dark in the corner there and do japa, just sit there for an hour and just feel Gurudeva's presence. And sometimes the sevaks would just open the door a little bit, but there was still the curtain, so you couldn't see, but I could hear Gurudeva's transcendental voice, and it's like millions of moons, so soothing and cooling, and sitting there and just doing japa, and was always precious moments. And once I sat there, and then the door was closed, and then suddenly the sevak was opening just a small gap, and he even opened the curtain so I could see right through. And I had already been sitting there doing japa for some time, and then the door opened and I could see Gurudeva directly. And I'm for sure if I had come later, when the door was already open, I would never have sat there and looked inside. And my first impulse was also, no, now I have to move because I don't want, if this is Gurudeva's privacy. But somehow I felt, no, you have to stay. It's something for you. It's Guru Maharaj's darshan for you. And Gurudeva was actually taking prasad at that moment. So even though I felt, no, I shift a little so that I can't see, I felt I was kind of pulled back, and I observed how Gurudeva was honoring prasad. And this was so special. And all I can say, for me, it was like, it was not eating, it was a loving exchange, how he was caressing the prasad with his lotus hands. And it was like a union, it's a loving exchange. That's how I can describe. Maybe for brahmacharis, it's probably nothing unusual to see Gurudeva honoring prasad, but for me, it was very special, that moment. And also because I'm often eating very unmindful, and I felt Gurudeva wanted to teach me something. He wanted to show me how to honor prasad. Unfortunately, I can't really live it in my life, but it left a deep impression to see this. And it's like everything was alive. The whole scene was so unique and divine, like a union, a loving exchange. So yeah, and deeply grateful for these instructions. Like whenever I came to the mat to stay for some days, always something happened, so always some instructions I got, and unfortunately I can't really live them. Maybe someday I will. And yeah, I don't know if there is still time or not. I think we are late, so maybe I just finish here. I can't remember when I started. Or
Hare
did I
Krishna,
come?
Didi Dandat Pranam. Thanks a lot for such nice sharings.
Okay.
And
And
Hare
I
Krishna.
just want to ask all the devotees for their blessings, and I want to ask Gurudeva for any forgiveness for any aparats I know I must have committed or I'm committing, and may he forgive me. And thanks, Prabhu, for this nice arrangement. Hare Krishna.
Dandat Pranam. Hare Krishna. Jai Gurudev. So we have for today, the last speaker we have is Bhanumati Didi from Ukraine. So request Bhanumati Didi to please, yes, speak.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam to all the devotees. I am so happy to be able to connect with everyone today. This is such a huge blessing and very, very joyful moment for me. So I was inspired today to read from this beautiful book by Srila Gurudev, Guru Tattva. And I wanted to read a little bit from it because I think this is something really inspiring. So this one part is from the Harikatha spoken by our Param Gurudev in 1967 in Calcutta. To me, Gurudeva manifests himself in 4 forms. First, Guru is one who destroys ignorance. Appearance of the absolute knowledge, Bhagavan, removes ignorance. Hence, original Guru is Bhagavan. So this is something that we've all experienced, because by the mercy of Lord Shri Krishna, we came, and by his divine arrangement, we came to our Srila Gurudev. This brings us to the second form. He who has engaged me in the service of Bhagavan directly is the second appearance of my Srila Gurudev. Most revered Nitya Lila Pravishta Prabhupada Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur. So this is spoken by Param Gurudev. So he's speaking about his Gurudev. So we have all had the joy of being engaged by our Srila Gurudev in the service of Bhagavan. I can speak for myself, even though I'm like the junior most disciple of our Srila Gurudev. I met Gurudev for the first time in the second day of year 2016. I came to Calcutta, and then by his great mercy, I got the Harinam initiation the very next day, which was quite incredible because I had no plan to take initiation. I was not thinking about it. I've been in India for 2 months. This was my first trip to India. I stayed in Vrindavan. Then suddenly I felt very inspired to go. I felt a great big desire to go to Calcutta and meet Srila Gurudev. So I came, and in the evening, and I heard that the very next day is going to be Harinam initiation. And somehow, this is a little funny, but somehow they assumed that I want to take Harinam. They didn't really ask me. They sort of assumed that I came for Harinam. And I was like, okay, I will take Harinam. This was the greatest fortune of my life, actually. At that time, I did not even fully realize it, but this was the great mercy of Srila Gurudev. And it felt so natural, actually. It felt very natural. And I was hesitating a little bit because I was thinking, oh, this is so fast. But then I was somehow, they just assumed that I'm taking Harinam. So I felt, okay, that means I should take Harinam. Yeah, it took me some time, maybe after 6 months after that, something like that, I started feeling some connection with Gurudev when I came to India for the second time, and I stayed in Calcutta. And I got one very important teaching at that time, which actually changed my whole life. This was spoken to me by one of the senior God brothers, and he told me the fact that Gurudev is not speaking externally right now doesn't mean that he's not speaking. So you can connect with him always if you want to, if you sincerely endeavor for it. So he said, if you just try this, he told me, just pray to Gurudev, and you will, if you pray sincerely, definitely you will get the answer one way or another, and you will get the connection. And also he told me that whenever you feel any difficulty or any some important decision, anything, you just go ahead and pray to Gurudev, and you'll see he'll direct you, he'll instruct you, and he will make you understand what should be done. So that time I really started praying to Gurudev. I made it my everyday practice, and I was trying. And by his grace, I started feeling connected. And then after that, I was also, again, by Srila Gurudev's great mercy, I stayed in Calcutta quite a lot in that year, in next year. So I was staying there in the mud, and externally, Gurudev would not speak, but I was feeling that he's doing something with my heart, that he's changing my heart, that he's curing my heart. And that was probably the most incredible time of my life. And at that time, little did I realize that this is the golden time in my life, but it was. Just staying in his proximity and getting his divine darshan daily, and getting to sit in front of him for 1 hour in the morning and do bhajans. It was incredible, and it was very transformative, actually. So I remember so many people were coming and seeing Gurudev, and they just started crying, like tears would fill their eyes, and everyone felt like so touched by his divine presence. It was very extraordinary time, because it was the time when Srila Gurudev has reached the pinnacle of his bhajan, and it was very sublime energy and atmosphere. So by his mercy, I stayed in the mud quite a lot, and I stayed in Calcutta, and then I was going and coming back again. So I stayed in India for like 6 months that year, and again 6 months next year. So I was very lucky. And I remember I was thinking, oh, maybe I should just live here because I just don't want to, I want to always feel this. So my main point was that even though externally he did not speak and he did not give me any like direct instructions, but still I was feeling something is happening to me, like something is changing in my heart, like he's churning my heart, he's changing my heart, everything is changing. And like all of a sudden I started feeling so many dirty things in my heart, so many drawbacks. And I was thinking, oh my God, how could I live like this? How? So the next form, I should continue. Vaishnavas are the third appearance of Gurudeva. What do they do? As Gurudeva always engages his disciples in the service of his object of worship, Vaishnavas also do the same. And the fourth form of Gurudev is spoken by our Param Gurudeva. Disciples are the fourth manifestation of Guru. They, as disciples, actually do the work of a Guru. They engage me always in the service of Gurudeva. There is no scope of doing any anti-devotional act of violation. If there is any violation, they will detect it. Hence, disciples are also my Guru Varga. Disciples perform Guru Puja by singing the glories of Gurudeva. I perform Guru Puja by hearing. But by hearing the glories, if I have got the evil motive of misappropriating it, it will not be Guru Puja. As chanting is bhakti, hearing is also bhakti. In whatever way devotees may express their hearts, they're all my objects of worship. So this is an extremely important point. Like today, we all had this chance to hear so many beautiful glorifications of our Srila Gurudev. And I'm extremely, extremely grateful to everyone for sharing your hearts so generously and without any reservations, because it's truly very, very inspiring. And it goes even, it goes farther from that. So this is the same book, but this is the excerpt from a lecture delivered by Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. So he says, when we're impelled to enjoy our senses, like the tongue, hands, legs, arms, and genitals, we're enchanted and then deceived. It is therefore imperative upon us to remember Sri Guru Pad Padma at the beginning of each year, each month, each day, and at every moment, for he can protect us from all such deception. Our Guru Varga's forms are manifold. If he did not manifest himself in various ways, then who else would protect us? That person whom my Gurudeva has accepted as his own is my savior. I do not want to see the faces of wild persons who criticize my Srila Gurudev. They are the cause of all inauspiciousness. The very instant I deviate from or forget the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev, who is continuously attracting me to his lotus feet, at that very moment, I am unquestionably deprived of the truth. Upon such deviation, I became engrossed in contemplating countless scarcities. I hurry to bathe in the holy place, and I become busy protecting myself from the cold. In this way, I chase after activities other than the service of Srila Gurudev. My Gurudev constantly protects me from Dvitiya Abhinivesha, becoming absorbed in activities separate from the interests of Bhagavan. I do not remember my Gurudeva at the beginning of each year, each month, each day, and at every moment. If I do not remember my Gurudeva, then I will surely fall farther away from the path of bhakti. This is one incredibly important teaching, something that should really be like go very deeply into my heart. At least I feel that Gurudeva's forms are manifold, and he can manifest himself in so many ways, in various ways. And also that this teaching that I got from my seniors in my like in 2016 in Kartik, I remember this, that I should try to align myself with the desires of Gurudev by trying to constantly pray to him and ask him what is his desire, what is his wish, what should I do at this moment. So this is actually the highest purpose of life, to try to sync all our actions with the desires of Gurudev and Sri Bhagavan. And this is actually the highest perfection, and so important to realize this. And it goes further from there, and this is the quote by His Divine Grace, Srila Param Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Madhava Goswami Maharaj. The spiritual master is that form of the Supreme Lord in which the Lord manifests himself before us and instructs us how to serve him. The spiritual master accepts the purport of all the scriptures, acts accordingly, and teaches others to do the same. On giving the matter due consideration, we will come to understand that the original spiritual master is Srimati Radhika. So this beautiful message I want to conclude. And I want to ask you, please bless me so that I can understand what are truly the teachings of Srila Gurudev, and that I can really try to follow them, and also that I can get his merciful glance in one of these lifetimes. Thank you so much for engaging me in remembering and trying to speak something. I'm very happy to be connecting with all of you today. Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam, Didi. Thanks for sharing such nice teachings of Srila Gurudev. Dandavat Pranam, and thanks to all the devotees who have joined the sessions of glorification of Srila Gurudev. We will try to continue this either for the disappearance or might be next week. We are planning, because we have so many more devotees to speak. So we'll keep you updated via Facebook and WhatsApp if there is any more session next week, or directly on 8th or 9th of May for the disappearance. Dandavat pranams to all. Jai Gurudev. Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna. Dandavat pranam.